I will get to that. Go out one later. Take out your handout and let's go through several. I'll add a few things at the beginning and then we'll fill in some blanks as we go along. I want to begin by asking the question, what do Moses and Paul have in common? What do Ezra and Luke have in common? What about Heman and Agur? Well, they all have in common that they wrote part of the Bible. Now, in the first case, Moses wrote more than any other writer of the Bible, 125,000 words of the 746 words in the Scripture were written by Moses. This is by far the most. If Paul wrote Hebrews, then he wrote 39,305 words, slightly more than Luke in the New Testament, wrote 37,932 words. In the Old Testament, number 2 would be Ezra. Ezra wrote 43,618 words. If you're jotting these down and you want this information, I just transferred it to the front page of my Bible. You may want to do this. Moses is 125,139 words. 125,139. Ezra, 43,618. Luke, 37,932. Jeremiah, 35,306. I'll say those last two again. Luke, 37,932. Jeremiah, 35,306. And then I mentioned Paul. But Paul has, if you include Hebrews, and I'll give it to you both ways. Without Hebrews, it's 32,408. With Hebrews, 39,304. So that moves him up the list quite a bit if you wrote Hebrews, which has 6,897 verses in it. So almost 7,000 verses. Now what I'm saying to you and what I'm hoping to impress you with is that God has always had writers. And that these writers have changed the history of the world. Because if you didn't have the writings of Moses or the writings of Paul, where would we be? And those have been not only beneficial to their own generation, but to generations that outlived them, that they never met. Now, we are never going to write on the same level, of course, as the Holy Spirit-inspired authors of Scripture, but it is true that we can influence our generation through writing, and that we can influence people that we will never meet who are contemporary with us, and also that we can benefit those who may come after us, who may be generations down the line if the Lord delays His coming. I read people every day that have been dead for more than a century, sometimes even 5 centuries, because what they wrote was left behind, and since it's based on the eternal Word, it's always relevant. Some more relevant than others, but certainly we can benefit even more contemporary or more recent. You think about Leroy Brownlow. Anybody ever read a book by Leroy Brownlow? Yeah. He's been gone a long time. I heard him speak at Faulkner when he was an old man back in the 80s. He preached in chapel a lesson, I still remember the title of it, Let me preach what you practice. And he was a twist on that, saying, practice what you preach. And so he went through some things that Christians commonly practice. And he said, what if I preach this? Just lukewarmness, things that we tend to give, we tend to look at the other way on, or we think are respectable sins. It was a very powerful lesson, only about 15 minutes. But he's been gone a long time, but people use his books in classes all over the country. Every quarter, they'll order some more Leroy Brownlow books or Wendell Winkler books, or Gus Nichols, been gone since 1975, but his writings are still influencing people today. So it may be God will use you in that way. Let's look at, we're going to look at the motif today of a rabbit, right to the glory of God. And each one of these points is going to have to do with a rabbit. Now, the reason I'm doing this is because there's an old recipe that said, recipe for rabbit stew. And number one on the list was catch the rabbit. Let's start at the beginning today. Let's not assume anything. Let's go all the way back. And this first hour is going to be on getting the idea. That's catching the rabbit. Let's think about where to get ideas. And that's where, wrong direction. Catch the rabbit. People ask all the time, where do you get your ideas for writing? And the short answer is everywhere. There are ideas in this room. There are ideas just everywhere is an idea for an article. You never know where it's going to come from. But I've taken some time both to research and to go through my processes so that there's not one way to preach. And there's one gospel to preach, but there's a lot of different ways to preach. One definition of preaching is God's word through personality. And that really is, you'll have your own style of preaching. Don't try to imitate one of your instructors here or another preacher that you respect. Be your own person in the pulpit. Now, you may gather certain characteristics from other speakers and say, I really want to do that. But you be you in the pulpit. The same thing is true in writing. You can't say there's only one way to write an article or a book. There are a lot of ways to write. But what I'm going to do here is a combination of what I have done through the years and what I have observed or read from others that teach writing classes, and which are more general. A lot of it's the same, but there are some things, of course, that I do that others don't, and you will do that I don't, and that's fine, but you need a place to start. You need a foundation. You need some kind of a template to start with, and then you will vary from that template some. But at this stage of your development, it's better to plug into a template so you don't leave anything out, so you can have a head start. And then later, after you've written, for some years, you'll say, well, we studied that in class, but I don't ever do that point, that step, or I've added this one in. So that's sort of the approach that we'll take today. Preachers are not allowed to say, I'm not a writer. We covered that. We have several scriptures there. 1 Timothy 4:13, interestingly, and 2 Timothy 4:13 are on the same subject. In 2 Timothy 4:13, the last chapter Paul ever wrote, he said, bring the cloak. He was in prison, perhaps the maritime prison just off of the Roman Forum, and you could visit that if you were in Rome today. Subterranean, would have been cold, would have been damp, and he's shivering in that cell, and he said, when you come, bring my cloak. I'm cold. But here's an old man. If we are correct in understanding some passages such as in Corinthians and Galatians with bad eyesight, see how large a little I've written unto you? So here's a man in a damp cell, probably in a dark area with bad eyes, but you know what he wants? Bring me my reading materials. Bring me my books and my parchments. Here's an old man that wanted to know more. He was about to die. It said the time of my departure is at hand. Just 4 verses before that, but he still wanted to learn. It's like Socrates that was condemned to death, who was waiting to drink the hemlock, and he heard another prisoner singing a difficult lyric from the poet Stechorus, and he called out to him, will you teach me that lyric? And he said, why? You're about to die. He said, I want to die knowing one more thing. And if we have that desire to know the Word of God and to communicate it, then that's key to being a good speaker, and it's key to being a good writer. Curiosity, and this is not in your notes, but I was pondering this last night. You might want to put it at the top of the page. Curiosity equals creativity. Curiosity equals creativity. Like those numbers I just gave you, it just hit me. I wonder who wrote more of the Bible than anybody else. So it's not really about the numbers, it's really about the concept. Had you ever thought to ask that? I had not until this morning. And then I looked it up and said, that's so interesting to think. Now I know Moses wrote by far more than anybody. That's interesting, and that's the kind of fact you can use in your preaching and your writing. But curiosity is the key to creativity. So ask questions, think outside the box. Wonder about things. Always have a childlike wonder about the world, especially the world of the Bible. Say, I want to know something I don't know about it. If you could teach me something, I'll listen to you. And if I can think of the question to ask, I'll ask Google, and I'll learn what this thing is that perhaps nobody's thought of before, or at least I haven't thought of it before. So what do I write about? That's our first question. First, catch the rabbit. That's what we're going to talk about the balance of this hour. Where do you get ideas? So let's, every article begins with a good idea, and that goes in your blank idea. Here are some general techniques. We're going to divide this hour into general techniques for gathering ideas, ideas for beginners, and ideas for seasoned writers. And that's a logical way to approach this subject. So let's look at classic rabbit traps. Number one, where you get ideas. Number one, Bible reading. You probably more, and we might do this later if we have some time, which we probably won't, but if we had time, I was just going to throw up my articles file and just go down through the titles and say, well, this one came from here, this one came from here, this was an assignment, that kind of thing. But most of them would be the same answer. They came from reading the Bible. Most ideas that you get, like for instance, I was reading, I don't remember, it was from Paul's writings, and I kept noticing threes. And I haven't written this article yet, but I look forward to writing it. Paul's triads, because he writes faith, hope, and love. It's three. There's a whole lot of those in the writings of Paul. And wouldn't you want to read an article that had Paul's triads as the title? So what's that about? Yeah, I would want to read that. So if I want to read it, I want to write it. You know, maybe that would not interest you, but a lot of other things you will read in Scripture, you'll say, wow, I never discovered that before. I never saw that before. And because you're interested in it, you become passionate about it. And the likelihood is that if you're interested in it, somebody else, a lot of other people would be interested in it too. So Bible reading is number one. Wayne Jackson said, there are several quotes here from Brother Jackson, who perhaps is the greatest writer in the church in our generation. One of the greatest writers is sitting back here, and I'm hoping he'll chime in today, Brother Waycaster, as we go through. But I use Brother Jackson, and a lot of people do with this Christian Courier website, practically every week. And I knew Brother Jackson. I saw him the last time I did a meeting over North Jackson in Tennessee, and he was a member there at the end of his life. He said this, and these quotes are from a lesson he did at Polish in the Pulpit several years ago on writing, and it was very rich. And it's on PDP 365, which you have access, I think, through the church here if you want to go back and listen to that. But he said, there's no such thing as a good writer who is not a good reader. You must be infected, obsessed with knowing the Bible. Number two, extra sermon material. If you're like me, you never have enough time to finish everything you had prepared for that Sunday. You know, that 30 minutes goes by really fast, or that 40 minutes for Sunday night goes by really fast, and even put together the 70 minutes or so that you had to preach on a Sunday goes by really fast, and usually I will have a lot of material left over, and sometimes that becomes the foundation of the next Sunday's lessons, but sometimes I'm done with that. You know, if I'm not passionate about it anymore, I'm not going to preach it. You know, if I'm still interested in it, still wanting to learn, still want to say this, then I will preach it the next Sunday. But if I'm like, well, I'm ready to go to something else, and I don't preach what's left over, what do you do with that? But don't waste it. Write it. Put it in an article. You may be writing a weekly church bulletin article. A lot of preachers do. So if that's the case, then they won't even make the connection, most likely, that, hey, this is the same thing you talked about Sunday. By the time you write it, and it gets sent to them through the mail, and they get around to looking at it, they won't even remember what you preached last Sunday. In fact, they might not remember Sunday night. If you ask them what was the sermon about this morning, they might not remember. And if somebody puts you on the spot, sometimes you might not remember. Does that mean it's worthless to preach? No. It just means it helps us on a different level. You know, it helps us on a level that we may not be conscious of, but it's constantly going through our mind. We're learning, we're building, and it's molding us. So use extra sermon material. A lot of my articles have come from that through the years, just stuff that I didn't have time to preach. And really your bulletin article is your third sermon for the week. That's the way to look at it. Some preachers look at it like it's a burden. I have to write this. I don't want to write this. But don't look at it that way. You're trying to impact this congregation with the Word of God. You can do that with your mouth, or you can do that with an article. And sometimes your article will be more impactful than your sermons because it's a different medium and people consume it in a different way. Number 3, rework old sermons. So what am I going to write for this week's bulletin article? Well, go back to your sermon file. Maybe you have been at the same congregation for 3 years now or 5 years. Go back to your first year. And say, well, I remember that sermon. You will have forgotten it, but when you go back to the file, oh, I love that sermon. I enjoyed that study. Well, resurrect it and put it into an article. And then you will polish it. You will add to it. You will have grown in 3 years or 5 years, so you'll be able to add more depth to it. But those can make some really fine articles. In fact, the house-to-house articles the last couple of years, I've been going back and writing articles on my gospel meeting sermons because those I've preached so often through the years that they've become, they weren't original to me, some of them, but they're mine now, because I've used them and preached them so much that I've changed them some and they just became a part of my thinking. But I think those have been tried and tested in churches, in gospel meetings, and they are impactful studies of the Word of God. Well, why wouldn't they be effective articles? And they are effective articles. And a lot of times they will be very interesting to people that don't go to gospel meetings, like community members. So go back to your old sermons and rework things and make them better. And in doing so, you may re-preach them, and that's okay too, as long as you don't do it too close together with the same people, and as long as it reflects the growth that you have had in the period of time. There was one preacher that wrote on the back of all of his sermons, "You must be born again." What do you mean by that? It means don't preach the same sermon. It has to be born again. You have to use it again. So go back through it, and you would want to anyway. It's just natural to change things because you have new thoughts. All right, number 4, read widely. This is probably number 2 on my list of where ideas come from, is from reading. And I'm not talking about Bible reading here. I'm talking about reading. And any genre is fine, as long as it's wholesome. You can get ideas for articles, for sermons, by reading fiction. More often, nonfiction. I enjoy reading biographies, especially about technology, leadership. And you will find all kinds of ideas when you're reading. But the thing that you're doing, if you're listening to it, rather like an audible account, you'll need to jot those things down when you hear them, because you'll say, "Oh, I remember that," and guess what? You won't. That was such a good idea. Then how are you going to find it? You can find it in a book if you read. You might bend the corner of the page down on that, or have a pencil with you and just circle it or something like that. That's fine. You can go back to it. But if you're listening, which I do a lot on the road, then you'll need to jot it down. You can speak it into your phone and send it to yourself as an email if you're driving something. Samuel Johnson, there's 2 good quotes here from Samuel Johnson. "I never desire to converse with a man who has written more books than he has read." We need to be readers because that makes an interesting person. You have something to talk about, and you have something for illustrations and sermons, and you understand people better. So read widely. Make time for reading. Number 2, a second quotation from him: "The greatest part of a writer's time is spent reading in order to write. A man will turn over half a library to make one book." That's true. You would probably read at least 1,000 pages to write a book. At least what we're going to go through here, you would read at least 1,000 pages, maybe 2,000 to write a book. Well, most books are a couple hundred pages, so you're reading the equivalent of several books to write another book. And even an article, probably read 100 to 200 pages to write an article. Well, there are a whole lot of books that are just 100 pages. Most of the class books that we use in Sunday school or Bible class, they're less than 100 pages. So you're reading a book to write an article. And that gives you depth, and you don't want to come across as shallow, and you don't want to come across writing something that hasn't been thought through. because there are aspects of all subjects that the yeah, but, aspects. That's true, but what about this? That part of writing? You got to ask yourself that question because your readers are going to ask that question. Yeah, but, well, you want to anticipate that and put that in the article so that they don't have any yeah, buts when it's over. You answered the quibbles or the disagreements that they might have with what you're writing. So number next, startling or insightful things you learned from Christian writings, especially from 1 to 500 years old. That's a personal thing. Some people like to read contemporary, and I read some of that. And when I was younger, I probably paid more attention to that. You know, people like Mark Basterson, the Washington, D.C. preacher that's very creative. My brother recommended a book by him this weekend that I was listening with him, which I hope to order and read. And he says he's really good at coming at Scripture with a new illustration or a new way of thinking. Not new, I mean, some of the things he says obviously be wrong, but just a common passage like David and Goliath, he may be able to give a beginning to that sermon or that article. So that's okay. But you know what? A lot of people will know that because they keep up, they read his blog or follow his podcast or something. But you read somebody 500 years old, nobody's going to remember that. This is fresh again. So you go back and you pluck ideas and bring them, credit them, or just reword them, reuse them, take the concept. So read, and I'm talking about people like Adam Clark, Matthew Henry. There's a lot of old writings that are available in Bible programs. You download all the commentaries and then read them. Go back and say, well, who is this? Kyle Dietz. I don't read them a lot because you got to read a lot to get a little, but there's some good ideas in there. Pulpit commentary, same thing. I used to read them less than I do now. I think maybe it was over my head for a while. It's probably still over my head some, but I get some good ideas. And the thing about pulpit commentary is you want to scan it first. You don't read, there's so many words. So scan it, and something catches your eye, read that section. And it's in like homiletics. It's divided into different sections. Some of them more practical than others. I always read the homiletic section. Okay, number 5 is a poem or song that keeps coming to your mind. Songs get stuck in our minds. I'll say in these notes, each day I'll do, the song The Golden Deed. But you can take the lyrics of that song and make a really good article because it's written like that. Some songs just repeat themselves over and over, and that's okay, but they're not good to use you could use the title, but you'll have to come up with your own ideas. But some songs you can break down, and those are always popular because people love to sing. Christians love to sing. So you write a song, or you preach a sermon, like a Sunday night series on stories behind the songs. People love that. There are books, several books that you can read about this background to Amazing Grace. Pretty much everybody knows that one. But there's a background story to a lot of those songs. You can, tell that briefly at the beginning, and then go through the lyrics of the song and the supporting scriptures. Do the same thing in an article. A new perspective or thought gleaned from a sermon or lecture. I think I said this at least in one class before, but I used to try to take everything down that a preacher said in a lectureship, listening to somebody, Brother Waycaster's speaking, or teaching the Wednesday night class, that's a great class on the life of Christ. But I don't try to write down everything he says. He gives you an outline anyway, so you don't have to write down everything. But I do try to listen for ideas. And I might only get one out of some speeches or some lectures. So here's a young guy, somebody speaking on the lectureship. He's got a lot of potential. But maybe he doesn't have the Bible understanding yet that Robert R. Taylor Jr. has, But you can always get something out of a lesson. So I listen. I just finished a meeting in Texas, and a preacher I'd never met before came every night. I got to know him a little bit. And he said, in one of the lessons, I asked the question, what do you give someone who has everything? Speaking of God. He owns the cattle on 1,000 hills, the hills under 1,000 cattle, and he owns everything. So what do you give him? Yourself. He doesn't have that. He doesn't have your worship, your song. And he came out and he said, he pulled that idea out of that sermon. Well, I knew what he was talking about because that's what I do. I listen to somebody who's taking an idea. So whatever that idea is, sometimes it becomes an article. A very profound thought. I remember listening to Brother Bland preach a lecture years ago about Paul. And it was so insightful. And he talked about how many miles Paul traveled. I've used that so many times in sermons. He talked about, well, there's several things about Paul that really helped me that I jotted down just about one lecture. Okay, the next one, books of quotes. I enjoy reading quotes. You can get these online now. You don't have to buy books. But there are books of quotes. Sometimes they're arranged topographically. And I just like to read through those. And I'll take a pencil or a highlighter and, highlight the ones that resonate. And sometimes one of them I'll just think about. It'll stick in my mind. And that's the one I write about. The one that sticks in your mind. That's the one that it has some depth to it. So you could do that. You can find an idea that way. You can respond to current events. The next one has. I don't do much of that, but some preachers really enjoy that. And those articles will typically be read a lot, but they're typically dangerous to write. So you have to be careful about writing to contemporary issues. For instance, it's okay to write about abortion. That one's pretty cut and dried. You can write even a young preacher. But you deal with something like immigration, there are some nuances to that you don't want to go into print till you know for sure where you stand on it. Whenever I was 23 years old, I thought I knew everything about everything, I mean, that's just the nature of being 20. You self-confidence, idealism. Well, you get to be 40-something and you're like, it's not that the truth has changed. It's not that you're not convicted about what the Bible says. But you understand that there are nuances to certain things. So we're going to talk about this in a later lesson, but there are some things, or later in this lesson, that you don't want to go on record early. You want to wait till you have had time to seasonably interpret the scriptures on that application and read widely. Don't just read your tribe, the people that you like and you always agree with, but read the other tribe. And see if they have any points. They may not, but they might. All right, the next one is observations, conversations. Listen to people. You learn a lot by listening. You don't learn anything by talking, but you learn a lot by listening. Listen to older people, older family members, older church members. You're going to go visit with the older. I don't know if I can make this point strongly enough. Be careful since this is being streamed. But when you go to a congregation, you need to go visit the shut-ins right away. Don't wait. Because they don't have much time left here. And when they die, you do not want to preach a funeral to somebody you never met. That was a member of your congregation. And their family will resent that. Well, he never even came to see Mama. I don't know why he'd do the funeral. You don't go back and try to get, a preacher from 3 or 4 times back that really knew Mama and get him to drive a few hours to come and do her funeral. So you need to go see them. But when you go see them, they lived a long time. They lived through some hard times. They've been through marriage issues, financial issues you've not been through and may never go through. So listen. And when you listen, you learn. It becomes a part of you. It becomes a part of your thinking. Then it becomes a part of your writing. All right. Double meaning phrases. There's one listed here. Devotional writer compared the rigid discipline of the United States Marines to the discipline Christians are to adhere to. And he called the devotional core values, C-O-R-P-S, core values versus core, C-O-R-E values. See the play on words there? Another general rabbit trap is developing ideas through keeping a journal. This is one of those that other people recommend. I have personally not done. But it might work for you. Keeping a journal, you might call it a diary. Here's some questions if you decide to do that. If you want to explore your thinking on subjects, we think with our fingers. So think by writing. Nobody's ever going to read that. It's not their business. You can put anything in there. Well, this elder made me mad today, and I tell you, if I could say what I wanted to say, you can write that. but don't you ever send it. Or don't say it. Sometimes it's therapy to get things out. So keep a journal. What about a scripture that brings you peace? What did I learn from today's Bible study? What question did someone ask me about today? And there's a lot of others I won't read. There's a blank down there. Ecclesiastes tells us there is a season for everything. Ecclesiastes 3:4. And that was that earlier outline that we put up on the screen. It's a men's day that I've done it 2 or 3 times on the 4 seasons of a man's life. It goes over really well. It talks, because on a men's day, you got teenagers there and you got 80-year-olds there and everybody in between. So how do you talk to everybody? Well, you just go through a man's life and talk to each group in a session. The teenagers, the 20-somethings, middle age, senior years. And there's different parts of the Bible that apply to each one of those. A lot of difference. In fact, I'd make a good one of these seminars to do at some point, the seasons of life, because it'd be helpful, because we got those seasons in here. So, especially the younger ones, when you're making decisions that will impact your life, the rest of your life, they're all made before we're ready to make them. Who's ready to? Who really knows enough at 20 years old to decide what you're going to do for the rest of your life to earn your living, who you're going to marry and have kids with, the decision to become a Christian, those are big decisions. And when do people make them? How old are you, Kate?
19.
19? Well, how many of those decisions have you made now? Yeah, you made all of them, right? At 19. The Kate's got a good head on his shoulders. He's got an old man's head on a young man's shoulders. That's good. That's because he has good parents and he's listened to what he's been taught. But you see the point? We make those decisions early. Well, write about that. Because if you write engagingly enough and in the right format, or put it in the right place, the Cadens in your congregation and the other guys that are young, they'll read it. And they're smart. And they'll take it to heart and it'll help them. So, that's one way. And some of the things that you might have struggled with when you're, I don't really remember the teenage years so much. I suppose Brother Waycaster doesn't remember a lot about his teenager years. But you do. If you're 25, how old are you?
I'm 20.
20. Anybody 25? John. When you're 25, you still remember what it was like to be 20. When you're 19, you know what it was like to be 16. You know a lot more about it than you know later. So you can impact those lives by talking about the seasons of life. All right, what about a scripture you've never understood? You say, I wonder what that means. But write about it. Before you're done, you will know what that scripture means. And somebody else is probably wondering about the same scripture. All right, the last blank on that is try to list all the blessings you have, all the blessings God gives in just one day. Wouldn't that make an interesting article? You wouldn't be able to do it, but you could do it. You could stab at it. Now let's not talk about young preachers. We're just talking to young preachers about young preachers. But here are some beginning techniques. Traps for young rabbits. But don't bite off more than you can chew. That immigration illustration earlier, that goes right here. Some things, there have been articles that marriage, divorce, remarriage, for instance. I know exactly what I believe about marriage, divorce, and remarriage. And I've known it since I was in school. But I think I've got a track on that now. But I had one in process of being written for a lot of years. Why? I wanted to be careful before I put that in print. That's a controversial subject. And there are aspects of it that are difficult and really hurtful to people. That have gone through it. So even though it's true, I want to make sure I say it the right way. Because here's somebody's been through a divorce and they were 22 years old, and they had the rest of their lives, and they're doing all that. That's hard. That's hard. So be gentle. Sometimes we can have in mind, I want to teach this truth, and I'm going to answer these false teachers. It's not necessarily the false teachers who's going to be reading that article. It's the person who's living it. It's a different tone to use. Same truth, different tone. Be gentle. So sometimes you wait to write articles, that's what I'm saying. Leave some things to the older preachers to write about. Start out, you got all things you write about that have scripture in them are going to be helpful. So start with some things that you won't regret writing about later. And here's a list of them. Number one, write about something you know. That's what Luke did. Luke 1:3. He wanted to get down on paper what he knew about Jesus. Of course, he was guided by the Holy Spirit. Number two, write about something which you have a special interest. Maybe you have a special interest in apologetics. Write about it. Research it. You'll do a better job on that article than you would on something somebody assigned you, like, I don't really know about this. Okay. Well, write what you want to write about. That'll be more helpful. Number three, incidentally, on that illustration there, sometimes the things you're like, when you actually read it and get into it, you're like, whoa, well, I'm glad I got this assignment. This is real, all parts of the Bible are good. You enjoy it, but you see the point. Number three, write on issues faced by people your age. A teen writing to teens is compelling. A college student writing to college students carries an authority that an older person writing about can't match. Because, he's just preaching to me. He's old and married. He doesn't understand what it's like to be. But somebody who is living it, that carries an authority. Okay, next. Begin with the milk of the Word, a simple Bible topic. And I listed a dozen or so in this paragraph. I won't go through those with you. But those are some easy topics to begin writing about. The next one, write about a Bible character. It's hard to mess up a Bible character. You just read everything the Bible says about him or her, and write. And that'll be true when you're 80 years old, just like it is when you're 18 years old. So, a Bible character. And here's some ideas, starters. Jesus, the world's most important and compelling character. Write about Jesus. People love to read about Jesus. Abraham. Abraham is respected by Muslims, Jews, and Christians. You want to write for a wide audience? Abraham might be a good choice. Mary is listed a couple down from there. Mary is like that too. How many Catholics are there in the world? A bunch, right? About a billion, I think. Well, they have a special interest in Mary. Doesn't mean they're right about Mary, but they'll read about Mary. I remember preaching in St. Louis, St. Charles, just outside of St. Louis, in a meeting. I don't know why. I don't usually preach on Mary in gospel meetings, but for some reason, I guess it was what I was working on at the time and what I was writing on. So I preached a good Bible class with this sermon, I don't remember which, on Mary. I didn't connect it to being in St. Charles, St. Louis, which is heavily Catholic, of course. But I remember one, it was well received, but I remember one teenage girl that came out and thanked me for that lesson. And she said, nobody ever preaches about Mary, but all my friends talk about her. So I learned something from that. Take in consideration where you are and the mindset of people. Daniel and his friends will go in your next blank. Next one, write on a parable. Parables are easy, but everybody loves them. And don't stretch a parable too far. That's the one mistake you can make in writing about a parable as a young preacher, or a preacher for that matter. Is try to make everything mean something. That's not the way a parable is. A parable has one point. So figure out that one point and write about prayer or persecution, whatever it's about. Advanced techniques, traps for old rabbits. These are things that I would not write on when I first got out of school, probably, but that over time, somebody needs to be writing about these things. So, some things like that would be the meat of the word, Bible's integrity, difficult passages, hot button or sensitive issues. And then there's a list of 32 topics. I won't go through all these, but this is a pretty good list of more advanced writing. Some of these things would not be any interest at all to most of us, but somebody in here might say, wow, I never read anything on that. I want to read about apocalyptic literature in the Old Testament. Does that sound exciting to you? No, but it's helpful if you're studying, like you're going through the book of Ezekiel or Daniel, that somebody figured it out and wrote it down so you can teach it to the congregation. And you don't have to read the wide scope. You can read his summation or what he learned from. Women's roles in the Old Testament in Christ's time in the church goes in your blank. Recent archaeological discoveries, that's always fascinating. I don't know anything about that. But once in a while I'll come across somebody who, like BAR, Biblical Archaeological Review, there's a magazine. Sometimes I'll flip through one of those or go through the website. Some really interesting things being discovered all the time that never make the news. You know why? Because it confirms the Bible. And the news doesn't want to confirm the Bible. They only, they conjure up the things that they think disputes the Bible. So that could be an interesting article. Catch people up. In fact, that would be an interesting PTP session every year to catch people up. We do that with legal issues. We have Matt Vegas speak every year on what's happened in the 12 months before in the legal world that impacts the church. I try to always attend that lecture. It's always good. You can do the same thing with archaeology. Number 17, the non-writing prophets. Who's a non-writing prophet? Elijah, Elisha, Micaiah, or Micaiah. Well, people don't know nearly as much about non-writing prophets. They don't know much about writing prophets, but they don't know much at all about non-writing prophets. So that could be very interesting. What happened to the lost tribes of Israel? You put that on the top of an article and people are going to read it. First, it's a question. Second, it's a mystery. Third, it's biblical. So people will read that. Number 27, human sexuality. That's something you probably should wait to write on, but it needs to be written on in our world, doesn't it? This is Roman number 2, although it doesn't say that on yours. I went back and renumbered these. I put number 1 beside the list. That's one way of approaching the advanced topics, just topics. So 1 beside advanced topics in that first paragraph. 2 beside this paragraph, another approach. So second approach for advanced writers is to start with the reader. Start with, what's regression? Regression starts at the end and works its way back. We studied that in Romans 10 for those in the first year class. Anyway, here, you start with the target and then you say, well, what do they need to hear? What are they interested in? There's some blanks here. People are interested in, I put brackets around this sentence. I wouldn't remember this sentence. This is not going to be a test on this, but I think you should remember this just for help you. You want unbelievers to become. Do you see this? Like the third sentence. You want unbelievers to become believers, weak believers to become strong believers, and strong believers to make more believers. So that's your goal. So write like that. Write to that goal. The church needs to be in the public square. It needs to be in the marketplace of ideas. Now in Paul's case, he was literally in the marketplace. He would go to a city and he would go to the agora, and there he would dispute with the people, with the teachers, like in Athens. So we have that opportunity, but it's mostly going to be in digital spaces for us. Digital, that's your blank. Digital spaces. Because that's where people are. Now you have to be careful. There's a difference in personal spaces and digital spaces, and I'll just throw this out there. People are much more bold in digital spaces than they are in personal spaces. I'll look at you and have a conversation with you. Well, I won't say the same things to you personally when I'm looking at you that I'll type, oh yeah, boy, and then you get the other end, he's like, boom. Don't do that. Don't be bold because you don't have to see the person who's halfway around the world from you. You're a Christian, whether you're typing or speaking. So be careful about your spaces, but we need to be there. And I like people. I don't do this. Nobody can do everything right. But there are some people that get online. They got some extra time. Part of their evangelism is to go to places where people ask questions. Quora, maybe, some other place. People ask Bible questions. So you search by, Bible questions. I'm sure that you can be You see that in your feed, if that's the way you want to do it. I mean, you can answer. So a Christian needs to be answering when people ask Bible questions. So why not a preacher or a preach student? Spend half hour Friday nights doing that if you don't have anything else to do that Friday night. Facebook you can use for evangelism. I know many, you probably do too. You converted someone that just through Facebook. Began with a conversation. In fact, I know another man that's converted several through Facebook videos. So that may be how you want to do it. I would encourage, I put a box around this phrase, read comments to online articles. You see that in the middle? I don't do that all the time because it's discouraging. Boy, the world we live in is just discouraging. And the comments to articles that I've written or somebody else has written, sometimes you don't want to know about that. You know? Just be oblivious and keep on keeping on. Do what's right. Because people will, you know that digital spaces thing I just talked about? You can experience that personally. Well, before I read those comments or open up something for comments, I will steel myself to it. What does that mean? That means I get in a certain mindset. I'm going to do this because I need to do it. But I'm ready for it. You know? I'm not going to let this get me down. And sometimes I'll even do it when I have a short space of time before I do something else that will completely change the circumstances. I'm going to do something I like to do. You know, I'm going to be watching the Alabama football game here in a couple hours. Well, that's going to put me in a good mood, you know? So I can read this, and this is a good time to read these. Well, that's too much information for you, but sometimes you need to see behind the curtain a little bit. You know? Well, what I'm saying to you is, you need to read those comments. Maybe not so much personal ones. You won't even have any personal ones at all. But you read an article, it doesn't even have to be by a member of the church, on something like the integrity of the Bible, the deity of Jesus Christ, stuff like that. Boy, those atheists, they come out with teeth bared and sharp knives. But why do we need to read that stuff? Because we got to answer it. I tell you who else is reading that? Some of the students that you preach to every Sunday. They just read that. And some of them are eating it up. They got it. They got sucked into it. Now, you got to make some special preparation to deal with that guy. I mean, especially if he's a grad student. I mean, he's not a dummy, you know? And he's bought into these very persuasive ideas. The devil he's crafty. So somebody needs to read and answer those things. So some of you will want to do that. Number 3, a third area for advanced writers is to write about emotional needs. I've been dealing just a little bit with emotions here. You see how interesting that becomes? Why? Because it connects. But it's also dangerous. You reveal too much about yourself, which you don't want to do. Especially when you're young. You don't have the same ability to judge what is safe and what isn't safe. Because people don't forget. People do not forget. So be careful what you reveal about yourself. And you do reveal something about yourself when you write about emotions. It just comes through, what you say and how you say it. But people need God's word on emotional issues. There's a list of them here. The hurts that people have: loneliness, depression, guilt, shame, abandonment, addiction, divorce, criticism, betrayal, grief, prejudice. Those are hurtful things to people. And the Bible can be a medicine, a salve, a balm for those hurts. And some of them won't hear you preach, but they will read what you write, especially if you wrote an article. I wrote a tract on how David handled criticism. Would you want to read that? You might not right now, but I tell you what, when you get out and start preaching, and somebody comes with a hammer down on your Sunday morning sermon, you rattled his cage, some pet sin he has, or some whatever. And it doesn't happen often, but it happens. And then you saw that track in a rack, you'd say, "Oh, I need that." And you go home, you put your Bible, and you go home, and before you ate lunch, I gotta read this. Why is that? Emotions. It impacts you personally. It's not anything to do with who wrote it. It's the subject, you see. Well, I don't have time to go through this. I will say beside those bullet points, this is more like your journal, not what you actually write. I wrote in the margin beside this, like out from, did you receive an answer to prayer? Well, you don't want to write about that. Well, I prayed about this and God answered. No, that's not what preachers do. Because a Muslim can say the same thing. I prayed about this and Allah answered my prayer. So you don't say it that way. But don't write, but use as guide to writing. That's what I wrote in the margin. You know God answered your prayer. And so that strengthens your faith in those verses that say God answers prayer. So that helps the tone of your writing. Number 4, a fourth idea is, and that should be singular. I started to tell you at the beginning, we're going to have a grammar section later, and I inserted into these 30 pages that we're going over today mistakes so you could find them, as illustrations for what we're going to say you shouldn't do. And I have found, it's the first time you teach something, I'm going to call it writing before, but I've never taught this much on writing. So first time you do something, it's just like slam, a lot of hours, get it down, get it. But, so it'll be better next time. But I'll have you correct some things. Let's take our break and come back, and we'll do about 5 more blanks. So that's pretty good for that first lesson. Okay. Hey, brother. How are you, Justin? Yeah, how are you? Good.
Do you ever post your sermon outlines online? So like on Facebook, like after you preach them, do you ever post them so people can look at them?
I don't, but people do. the screen, so those who are watching. All right, let's dive in and finish these last few blanks on lesson 1. We'll move into lesson number 2. First, catch the rabbit. General ideas, general rabbit traps anybody can use. We've covered beginner rabbit, how to catch young rabbits. And now we're dealing with old rabbits. Some ideas for advanced riders. And we had gotten down to lesson number 4, fourth area of ideas for riders that are experienced. Ride on a current topic. Ride on a current topic. I touched on this earlier as to why young preachers ought not write much on current topics. Some are safer than others. But older preachers, I put abortion here. That's probably safe for anybody to write on because, in my mind at least, although it's a political issue, the scripture is so obvious on that there are not a lot of nuances to it. Although some of the arguments against our position are nuanced and you have to study, but anybody at any age can do that. Number 3, third bullet down, church attendance is dropping all across the country in all different kinds of churches. Somebody needs to be talking about that because it's not really about church attendance, it's really about the glory of God. Now, I'm not talking about denominations glorifying God. You can't in error. But since COVID, there are as many people attending the congregation where you attend as were before. Anybody? Anybody have the same number or more? Not a single one person out of the class. I've been to a lot of churches, and I always ask the question, a lot of times before I go there, what's the attendance running? And they'll sort of laugh and they'll say, well, before COVID we had, and now we have, and it's always like 20% less, sometimes a third less. Well, God receives less glory with less voices, less people. So we need to defend the honor of God and help people understand it's not the same to sit in your pajamas in your easy chair with a cup of coffee and watch the live stream of Sunday morning. You get a shower, get your church clothes on, you go to be with God's people. You assemble if you're capable. Now, live stream is good for people who are bedfast and they can't go. So somebody needs to write about that, you see. All right, then the last page, gender and sexuality issues. Gender's not that controversial, but yeah, gender is pretty controversial, right? So we should write about that, but we should be careful how we write about that. We don't want to push. I'll tell you one reason that this is so crucial. Don't assume that those Christians under 30 agree with you on what the Bible says about homosexuality, gender issues, even abortion for that matter. What you don't want to do is write in such a way as to push them in the wrong direction. They're already, some of them, on the fence about it because they've been listening to the world instead of reading the Bible or listening to the preacher. And some of that's our fault. We haven't preached on it. So they don't know. All they hear is the word. So you don't want to write in such a way. You can do harm if you don't handle truth well. I know about a debate that happened one time. It was on instrumental music. It's a good, cut and dry subject. Been a lot of debates on that. But the one who had truth didn't do as well as the one who had error. Better speaker, understood the audience better. And he swayed some people in the audience who should have been on the other side, but sort of muddied the water for them. You don't want to muddy the water. When you write in such a way, in such a tone, that it's engaging and it helps people. Now that takes experience for most people. My first article is going to be on transgenderism. That's probably not your first topic, Decision making, that's a needed topic. We live in a passive let come go what may world, and people don't make decisions well. And you can't go to heaven unless you make good decisions. That's what Christianity is. You decide, I have decided to follow Jesus. Right? So decision making. Family and parenting. If you're single with no kids, don't write about parenting. Don't preach about parenting, except when you go through a verse You see it? You can say, well, the Bible says, and you might even use an example, my parents have taught me. Well, that's helpful. You know, that takes you away from being the authority. You're not an authority. You know, you just don't know it. So mostly let older people write about marriage and issues with parenting. Slowing down, waiting, hospitality, homemaking. Those last two, you think, oh, that's a women's topic. Those are Bible topics. And they need to be talked about by preachers who know the Bible and who will talk about the meat and not just about the fluff. Conclusion. In evaluating ideas, a writer should ask 3 questions. Does this need to be said? Why waste your time writing an article? It doesn't really need to be said. Is it important? Foolish and unlearned questions avoid, the Bible says. Well, that you could say foolish and unlearned articles avoid. Don't write them. Number 2, has it already been said by someone else? You know, if Wayne Jackson's written an article on what I was thinking about writing an article, I might just want to reprint his article instead of trying to reinvent the wheel. Now, I will say later that it's important for the local preacher to be heard in the congregation. So, should you ever write an article about baptism? You say, well, that's been written on so many times. There's good articles on. Well, that's true, but they need their preacher to say it. So you write it. And you might have a different approach. Especially young and creative minds, you might say, well, here's a different way, something that happened recently is a good way to begin an article on baptism. And so that might be a new approach to an old subject. Number 3, do I need to be the one to say it now? Do I need to be the one to say it now? Sometimes the answer is yes, sometimes the answer might be somebody else. And on that parenting thing I mentioned earlier, you will probably have some leeway in the local congregation of who's invited for special Sundays or when you're out of town. A lot of times the elders will want you to line somebody up. Now you will, of course, ask them before you invite somebody. Even if it's just a courtesy and they wouldn't care, you still want to say, well, I'm thinking about inviting Brother B.J. Clark or Billy Bunner or Tom Waycaster to come in and do a Sunday on, why don't you do it on parenting? Something that you don't feel qualified to speak on right now. Bring in somebody, especially if that person is someone who does a series on that. And there are some people that do series, you know, like seminars or gospel meetings. So invite them in. You don't have to be there. You know, or maybe sometimes it may be that you will be there. You know, they just want to have a special Sunday, a homecoming Sunday or something like that. And they always have a guest speaker for that. Or VBS Sunday, they have a guest speaker for that. Or VBS speaker. We would do that. Sometimes I'd invite somebody in to do the adult class in the VBS. Well, what are they going to talk about? Well, why not ask them to talk about something the church really needs instead of just something in general, something that you personally haven't preached on or don't feel like you can do a good job on? Well, get somebody that could do a good job on it. The congregation needs to be fed, but not every meal has to be cooked by you. All right, number 2, right to the glory of God, part 2. This is this one is what do I do after I catch the rabbit? Prepare your kitchen and collect your kitchen utensils. What does that mean? We're going to talk about in this hour writing tools. We've got the idea now. Now writing tools. So let's go through first, prepare your kitchen. This is going to be highly personal, so some of these things you're going to go, that's not important to me. Other things you're going, oh, that sounds like a good idea, I'm going to do that. So you'll be the one to sort through that, that's fine. There's no one way to write, as I said at the beginning. But I'm going to tell you how I do it and what's worked for me. And this has been, over decades of time, has changed some. So prepare the kitchen for cooking by placing yourself in conducive conditions for writing. Conducive conditions. It's hard to write if you are in the wrong environment. Well, what is a conducive environment? They have these four characteristics, or it has these four characteristics. Number one, familiar. This aids concentration and focus. If you're in a different place, your eye's going to be constantly drawn to what's going on around you or things that you hadn't noticed before. But if you're in the same place, your office, your living room, wherever, well, you already know all those surroundings, and you'll be less distracted. So familiar is good. I used to read Louis L'Amour. I think I read all Louis L'Amour's books a couple times, except there's a couple that have been introduced after he died that I don't think I've read yet. But I read about him because I was interested in him, and he had this rule about writing. He would write at a men's club in Los Angeles, I think. And he wrote on a typewriter. Or maybe he went to the men's club immediately after he finished writing. But he always wrote 5 pages every day. Even if he finished a book, it had only written 2 pages that day, he put in another page and wrote the first 3 pages of the next book. He always wrote 5 pages. That's helpful to know. That tells you something about writing. Now, I read about a guy in Woods, and Brother Woods was on the road a lot preaching meetings. But he would take a table with him and his typewriter. And he would always set it up, either in his hotel room or at the church building. And he would use the same environment to write. He was used to that typewriter. He was used to the height of the table, the size of it. So even though he was not in the same familiar surroundings, he made them as much familiar as he could. That's helpful. All right, next, you may have a writing chair. This is on the same point, that you're comfortable in. I like to write with a laptop on an easy chair, and there's one in my apartment over here. Prop your feet up, get comfortable, and write. I write in my car most of the time now. And since that's always with me, usually unless I fly somewhere, I always have my office with me when I get there. I used to write in my office, and then I wrote in McDonald's. Tornado tore the office down, and McDonald's shut down with COVID, and I started writing in my car. It wasn't convenient or comfortable at first, but now McDonald's is back up, and I stay in my car. It's like, this is comfortable, and there's no distractions. I don't hear anything, and I can adjust the temperature. There's no TV, like in McDonald's. So familiar. Number 2, comfortable. Well lighted. This one's important. Natural light's better than unnatural light. Well lighted, so no eye strain. Eye strain. You don't want anything to make you tired, because writing is work. And all 3 of these are going to have that in common. You don't want your eyes tired. You don't want your arms tired because you're typing. You don't want your body tired. It takes energy to write. So, well supported with no arm strain. Comfortable chair with no body strain. Find something ergonomic. Number 3, distraction. Number 3, distraction-free. This will be up to you personally, and some of this is what you get used to. Like when I was writing in restaurants, ambient noise is good. When I quit doing that, it was completely quiet. It was distracting. Silence was distracting. But now it's not. So ambient noise is good, but I cannot write. I cannot write if there's a TV on in the room. I just can't. I don't mind if it's like in McDonald's, they have the TVs. Some McDonald's leave the volume down, and that's fine. I can do that. If the volume is up, I'm going to eat and get out of there. I can't do anything with the volume up. It's just too distracting. I don't know if you're that way, but I suspect even if you think you're not that way, you are that way to some degree. Maybe you think I need my music playing. Well, if it's a certain kind of music and it's low, it's in the background, and you don't really notice it, that's probably okay. But television's not like that. It's changing images every 15 seconds. The volume goes up for the commercials, and it's just distracting. So you won't be able to write that way, in my judgment. What about phone? This is a big one, and I catch myself doing this a lot. And I think that you probably do it too, even if you don't realize it. You touch your phone about 2,000 times a day. The average person does. You say, no way! I said, yeah, you do. I read that and I said, no way! And then I started watching myself. Yeah, you probably do. When I'm writing, I pick up my phone like every other minute. Even when I try not to, I do. I don't think I'm any more addicted to it than most people are. So what do you do? So here's how to fix that. Turn it on airplane mode. And then you got no messages. You got no emails to look at because it's on AirPod. So that keeps you. Number two, if you struggle with the world of distraction at your fingertips called the internet, whether you're writing on a computer and it is connected, and there's pop-ups and there are things all the time that you think, I want to check the NFL, fantasy line up, I got to see what about, Incidentally, Anthony told me to ask you about the game this weekend.
I'll see him in the playoffs.
See you in the playoffs. Here's some site blockers, like Freedom and Cold Turkey. You familiar with those? You can Google them. And the last one, well, Cold Turkey will turn your computer into a typewriter, so you can't do anything but type. That's helpful if you're easily distracted. And then the last one, Marinara Timer, is a timer tool for writers that will give you a 5-minute break every 25 minutes. So that can be more of a realistic. You can't cold turkey from every other minute to 2 hours without checking it. That's a little probably not. You probably not going to do that. But you could say 25 minutes. It's just 5 minutes. I want to finish this, and then I'll leave. So the timer will keep up with that. That's number 3. Number 4. Positive. This is the one you may say, I don't know. But I would not have thought this when I was younger, but it's very true for me now. There's a Chinese concept called Feng Shui or Feng Shui. Are you familiar with it? They take it in a different direction than I do, but I use their phrase to represent what I'm about to tell you. I want a positive environment to write in. I want a well-lighted, good colors around me when I'm writing. I say I write in my car a lot. I cannot write in my car looking at the side of a building. It's just like bland and boring and puts me in a bad mood. I have to park in front of vegetation, flowers, trees. I have to park out of the sun. The sun's on your screen. You got to get in the shade. So get in the shade. Sometimes I go to a park where there's a lake. Beautiful surroundings help me write. I don't know if that would be true of everybody, but I have read, seems like it is true of some other writers, but it's true of me. But you'll have to know but if you're going to do something, like I'll send my car from 6:30 till 11 or 11:30 and write for those hours. Generally, I do that in the morning and I'll write somewhere else in the afternoon, not always. I'll write in the apartment, or I'll write in my easy chair at home, or I'll write in sometimes a hotel. Hotels are depressing. I can't stay at hotels all day. It's just I do a hair to myself or something. I don't know. But I can do it in the afternoons. After lunch and back, it's like I can write in the for a little while. Number next. Some helpful tools. Now we're going from the kitchen to the utensils. Let's talk about the utensils that you use. With cooking, you need a spatula and a fork and a knife. You need utensils. Well, you need utensils to write with too. Let's talk about what those are. Number one, your personal Bible, the one that you make notes in whenever we do. Let's mark our Bibles. That's the Bible you want with you when you're writing, because you want to flip over to that passage that you're writing on and you'll say, "Oh yeah, I remember we wrote some," and you'll add those into your article. It'll be better. Or you will look up scriptures and it'll have a reference under there. So I wonder what that reference is about. So you'll flip over to Leviticus. Oh yeah, that needs to be in my article. So that will help you to use your personal Bible. And later we're going to talk about transferring what you write to your Bible. So you'll want it there to do that. A notebook for scribbling ideas. This is early in the process. I like to use, I don't have one with me, but a legal size lined tablet. Does everyone understand what I'm saying about a legal size line tablet? And if I'm going to write on a chapter of the Bible, for instance, we're doing Hebrews in the Satan class. I'm going to study Hebrews 6 in addition to doing this. I haven't done this stage yet of Hebrews 6, but I will. I've been reading it every day and learning new things. Every time you read it, you learn something new. And I'm also reading about what it means, and it helps you to learn new things. But eventually, I'm going to take my tablet, my pencil, and go through the chapter and make notes. Not my Bible with my computer. It's not nearly as easy to do. And for me, it's not as creative, but it might be if you did it over and over. But I like to have just a pencil, and then I'll write down these things, and I'll go back and do a triangle to add in between these 2 points, this idea. I'll mark something else, replace it with a better word. A notebook to scribble on is handy. Sometimes I'll do this at the track. If I'm going to write on, let's see, I got an assignment from Spiritual Sword this week on he who would see good days from 1 Peter 3. So I might just take a piece of paper with me and one of my pencils to the track, and as I'm walking on it, he would see good days. Yeah, that probably Proverbs, you walk a little further and say, oh yeah, what are you doing? Well, I prefer just a sheet of paper for that rather than carrying a notebook around for 5 miles, but you can just stick it in your pocket, or you can do it on your phone, but to me it's just better to do it with a pencil. I don't know why it is. So, a notebook to scribble on. Next, a Bible marking mechanical pencil. Works, as I've told both classes this before, so I won't go back to that. Bible program, I like to use eSword with all the extensions added, even the paid ones, they're about $15 a piece, add everything they got. You may prefer Logos or another one, and that's fine, whatever you use. It'll have more than enough things for you. The reason I don't use Logos is it has so much stuff, I have trouble figuring out where to stop, but I'm sure there's a way to do that, I just haven't played with it enough. Make sure that whatever program you have has KJV Plus or equivalent. It's an interlinear tool that has the Bible text with Strong's numbers, so you can just hover over it, and it will tell you what the word means, how many times it's used. A lot of times, like I'll mention in class, like in Hebrews, this is the only time this word is found in the New Testament. Well, don't you always write that down? It's like, yeah, that's an interesting thing. Well, where did the teacher get that? KJV Plus. It's not like I went there and studied the concordance. All, it's just tools. You also want treasure of scripture knowledge. I mention that pretty often, but if I was going to be on an island and only have 4 books, that'd be one of them. So, treasure of scripture knowledge, because that gives you your parallel scriptures. So a little bit of commentary, most of the parallel scriptures. Bible dictionaries. I use Robertson's Word Pictures, Vincent's Word Studies a good bit. Those are typically in all Bible programs, and some Bible programs will have others, and they might even be better. And then commentaries, some of the ones that I use are listed there. And different ones are good for different things. Like I put Warren Wiersbe here. You have to be careful with any of these guys that aren't members of the church. Like Wiersbe is Calvinistic, premillennial. He'll work that stuff in where he has to strain to get it in there, But you got to know, just throw that out. He has really good outlines. And like I'm outlining Joshua now, which we'll be studying in the first year class next quarter. So I'm going through what does it say, what does it mean, how does it apply? And I'm doing the what does it say section is going to be an outline in that class. Because we have to cover 6 chapters a day. How do you do that? This will be hard. So I'm going to outline it with you, just pull out the highlights. And Wiersbe is really good for that. He doesn't do it for every chapter, but when he does it, a lot of times it's something that I will use. Word processor. I use Word. You may use Pages or something else. It doesn't matter. There are even writing-specific word processors like Scrivener and Ulysses. I've never used those, but I suppose they have advantages that Word doesn't have. You want to set up a template to use as your final palette. That will make more sense later today when we go through how to get to the final version of your article. Let's go ahead and introduce it here. In lesson 3, we'll cover this in more detail, but I use a reading file, commentary file, and finally an article file. And What I'm talking about at this bullet point is the article file, the template. You've written an article to go in the church bulletin. That's how my template started. It would fit. We had a 4-page, 8.5 by 11 sheet folded twice and then mailed, folded again. So the inside of front page was my article. It was one page, and it had to fit on that one page. Well, I could cheat and put it on page 3, but I was disciplined about that. I always wanted it to fit on one page. It had a text box for the title at the top, 2 columns, and I describe that here in detail. So if you want to start with that, you may change it. You may not even want to do this at all, but this works. So it might be something you want to do when you write. A 1-page, 2-column, 1-inch top and bottom, 0.75-inch right margin and left margin, right and left margins. 10-point Times New Roman, 0.4 point between paragraphs without paragraph indent. That may not make sense to you, but it will when you put the template together. You'll see all that. You don't want to do space between paragraphs and indent paragraphs. That's what the space between the paragraphs is. It gives you white space. And in my estimate, for an article in the bulletin, it gives you a little better white space than indents do. So I would use it. Does that make sense? I didn't explain it anymore. That make sense, everybody? This means yes. This means you lost me with that thing. Okay. We'll touch on that in lesson 3, so if you have questions, then you can ask. Your personal library that you want to be building while you're in school, with recommended books. You want to include some grammar books. A lot of that's online, so you might not want to buy paper books or book books. Bible subject books are helpful, like the book on abortion or Grace or Daniel, those kind of books. One thing when you get a lot of books in your library, it's hard to remember when you're studying a certain thing, what books among all these books would help me, And after you write something and send it in, then you think, oh man, I had this book. It would have helped me so much when I was writing it. You didn't even think of it. So what I have learned is that books that cover Bible books are the most helpful of all. Like the book on Daniel, and you're writing on Daniel 2. You're going to remember to go look at that book. You might have another book that covers Daniel 2 in a sermon outline that's really good material, but you got 30 sermon outline books and you didn't take them all down and flip to the table of contents and read all, so you might not discover it. Anyway, so those kind of books are helpful. And then illustration books, those are very valuable. A lot of that's online too now. Subject files in Chrome or Dropbox. I think I mentioned this in both classes at one time. You may do this in Dropbox, which probably is a better way to do it. But I like to do a subject files, a vertical file, a filing cabinet with manila folders that go from A to Z. Abortion, Bible, Christ, doctrine, all the way. And then when you get a bulletin in the mail, there's not as many bulletins in the mail anymore, but there's still some good ones. Or an article in Gospel Advocate or somewhere. You can either copy that and put a copy of it in that file. Let's say it's on abortion. You put it in there. And then whenever you have an article to write on abortion or you want to preach on it, you pull out that file and you just flip through it. And you got an inch of material on it. And you say, oh, okay, I need to read through this. You get some really good ideas out of that. And you can scan the same thing and put it in Dropbox. Or you just put a note in there if you don't want to. Some periodicals I'll tear apart and just put the actual paper in there. Others I want to keep, like a spiritual sword or something that's like a permanent format, or Gospel Advocate I wouldn't tear up. So I just make a copy of it. Or just write myself a note, see spiritual sword, such and such volume and year. And then when I see that, I'll say, oh yeah, that's right here, and I'll pull it down and I'll remember that way. Internet access, because you're always going to be that curiosity equals creativity thing I told you earlier. That's where the internet comes in. You're writing and you say, oh man, I wonder who knows more of the Bible than anybody else. But if you look, I thought it was Luke probably. And then if you're not connected, you can't look it up. so you need to connect. Most places you'll be connected all the time, on your phone at least. Evernote, Grammarly goes to the blank. I've recommended that, but that's a must in my opinion. I think there's a free version, probably worth it to pay for the paid version, but you can make that determination. But Grammarly, it will make you look smarter than you are, and you need that. You know, we all need that. So it will underline misspelled words. A lot of them will just correct for you. You click on it, grammar. Your verb doesn't agree with your antecedent, it'll fix it. Is it, how many people already have it? Everybody? You need that, and you should always turn off your volume before you teach. Totally lost my thought. Oh, you need that for writing papers, you know? You don't want to turn in a paper and get counted off because it's something Grammarly will fix for you with one click, so good. Proofreaders, this is vitally important. You need to put a asterisk beside this, underline it, highlight it, circle it, memorize it. If you're going to be a writer, you've got to have a proofreader, at least one, and a good one. Now, your spouse she will really enjoy finding your mistakes, I'll tell you. So, you know, that's what I say here. Did I make any mistakes? Oh boy, you know. Well, maybe she wouldn't enjoy that, but somebody, you know, she's going to be your best helper, so you want her to read it. She's probably smarter than all of us anyway, so she'll find things you wouldn't think. Then, maybe somebody in the congregation is an English teacher. You know? She might be flattered, he might be flattered to say, I'm going to be writing articles alone. Would you mind proofreading for me? And that might just be a service they want to render the Lord. They might really enjoy doing that. Others might see it as a burden. You know, it's like, no, I don't have time for that. That's okay. You know, so then there are professional services. I mentioned ReadZ here. I just found this actually in preparing for this class, that it's a very extensive site. It has a lot of information, and a lot of it's referred to in reference in another lesson. But anyway, you can send your things to that. It's a paid. I don't know if that was. I think there's a free service and a paid service. It's probably like the free service would just be like a Grammarly kind of thing, and then a paid service. We pay 3 editors for house to house to proof everything, because not one person catches everything, even if they're professional. They'll miss stuff. I mentioned that in one of our other classes, but you need to proof it a bunch of times. But the problem is, after you write something and then you're reading it, you're not really reading it. You're reading what you wrote in your mind. You're reading from memory. That's why you have to let it get cold. Like, stay away from it. But the best thing is 2 weeks. But the thing with house to house, I'll write the articles usually a long time before, and then whenever they're going to be used, then that comes back to me for proofing process. So it's cold by then, and I'll catch all kinds of things. I don't want to read it on paper. I want to read it in the program so I can correct so many things. It's not like 4 things that somebody can fix for me. It's going to be like 20 things that I need to fix. It's going to take more time to write all that out and just fix it. So send me the file, so I can work on the live file. So that's one reason you need a proofreader. You really need to make sure that what you send out represents you and the church well, the Lord well. Third, drop down, marinate the rabbit. Marinate the rabbit. Rabbits take a long time to cook. Did you know that? At least the written rabbits take a long time to cook. There's once in a while you'll get on a roll and you'll just, have an article written in one afternoon or an hour, especially if it's short. Most of the time, what I call premium articles, premium article in my insider language would be an article about saying the spiritual sword or house to house. It's going to go, those are widely read. So you want to put your best stuff out there, in other words. If it's just an article for church bulletin or whatever, I don't put the same number of hours in it. You only got so many hours. So a spiritual sword article or a house article, that's going to take a couple weeks. there may be 80 hours invested in that article. You don't have time to give 80 hours to everything. So what you do is you will want to marinate for longer the ones that are going to be read by the most people. Let's just go through this sort of quickly because we're getting a little bit behind. One needs to cultivate the biblical field for which he later expects to write. I had this Tom Holland illustration in the Preacher in His Word class, but the others have not seen this, I don't think. But when Tom Holland was writing his outline books on the New Testament, he would read that book every day. Every day he read that book for months before he ever wrote on it. So if he's writing Ephesians, he's going to get to that, sometime this year. He starts reading Ephesians in January. And guess what? By the time you've read it for 300 days, probably got a lot of it memorized. And you will see things, like I mentioned with Hebrews 6, I've been reading it every day for a while. You'll see things that you didn't ever see before. You say, wow, I see a connection there with this other verse that I didn't see before. Or now, like Hebrews 6 is sort of hard. There's a section in there that I didn't really understand. But now it's like, oh, now I see what Paul's doing there. He's giving an illustration of what he said in the first part. And I hadn't seen it before. Okay, then G. Campbell Morgan. Are you familiar with that name, G. Campbell Morgan, anybody? He's a denominational preacher. He's been gone a long time. But he wrote a series of books, and they're still in print. There's some pretty good stuff in them. And he said that he would read a book 50 times before he would teach it. 50 times. So, cultivate the biblical field. There's a good illustration from Charles Dickens in that first paragraph that you would want to be familiar to you. There are 4 kinds of writers: gardeners, architects, designers, and knitters. Gardeners, architects, designers, and knitters. K-N-I-T-T-E-R-S. That's your blank for those. Here's one of the kinds of mistakes you should not make. George R.R. Martin, apostrophe S. Don't put apostrophe S's where they don't belong, so mark that out. I don't even know how they got there. But a gardener, Martin said, digs a hole, drops in the seed, waters it. They know what kind of seed it is, but as the plant comes up and they water it, they do not know how many branches it's going to have. They find out as it grows. I self-assess here, and I think I'm a combination of a gardener and a knitter as far as writing style. Some people write as architects. An architect plans everything. This is more true with a novel or a nonfiction book where they lay out the chapters and what's going to be covered in the chapters. And then you can rearrange things like, where do I want to put Abraham Lincoln's Gettysburg speech if I'm writing a book about Abraham Lincoln? Well, do I want to have a chapter just on his best speeches, or do I want to put it chronologically, or do I want to use it as an illustration of his brevity? So you figure that out before you ever start writing anything. Number 3, designers. They're somewhere between. They have a pencil sketch, but they haven't painted in any details. Like with an Bible article, it'd be more like, I know what my points are going to be, but I don't know my illustrations or all my scriptures yet. So it'd be sort of halfway between. Knitters, I'm probably more a knitter than anything else, but a knitter sits down and writes things as they pop into his head. Then he goes back and knits them together later. That's what a computer allows you to do. You've got something that's on page 25 of your Word document, and you say, oh, that really needs to be, that's about the same subject as what's on page 2, so you just cut and paste it and move it to page 2. And things begin to coalesce. Are you familiar with the word coalesce? Coalesce, how would I illustrate that? As things begin to group together, let's coalesce, come together. So you have a point. Let's say writing on Hebrews 6 and you have, part of it is about fleeing to Jesus for refuge, verse 19. So you're reading through this 100 or 200 pages, and you begin to find material from different people and illustrations, and it begins to coalesce. That's one of your points, is about Jesus. But other materials about the possibility of apostasy. So it begins to coalesce around that point. And then you have a point about the illustration he uses about briars and thorns. And so that could be another. So it begins to a sort, and you put the material with what other material it's similar to. That's what I'm saying here. You move it around. All right, plotters and pantsers. Are you familiar with those terms? Some writers are plotters, some writers are pantsers. A plotter outlines before he writes. A pantser just goes by the seat of his pants. You know, whatever happens, happens. Most of us probably are more in the second category, but the first category probably finishes more projects than the second category. I mean, they put more time up front, and then it's less time in the back end when they finish. I put 3 concepts in that I don't use very much, but writers use them: a mind map. Some would call for a brain dump here, which is you clear your mind of everything else, you write everything down about your idea on paper, you get out of your mind, get on paper. Those things aren't really helpful, haven't been helpful to me, but they might be to you. The next one, the next paragraph, when do you marinate an article, an idea? This is the very practical part. This is me. I didn't read this somewhere else. This is what I do. You marinate it in bed. You know, when you go to bed, you might be the kind of person who spill it, your head up, you spill it, and you're out. You know, there's no downtime. Other people, it's more like tossing, turning, thinking. What do you do? What do you think about? I gotta get to sleep. I gotta catch a plane in the morning. That just tenses you up more, so you can't sleep. Yeah, what do you think about? Well, sometimes I get too excited when I do this, but I do it other times. So think about your article you're writing. And I say, oh yeah, well, you know, the first point's this. Oh yeah. You know, second point. But sometimes I have to get up and go write stuff down. You know, have a notebook beside your bed and you write down. You don't really want to do that trying to get to sleep. It's good in the mornings when you first wake up. I don't like to get right up. You know, maybe I don't like alarm clocks. The only time I set an alarm clock is when I got to catch a plane. It's an awful way to wake up. Every day. It's like, man, get your day started off in a bad way. Just go to bed early enough that you wake up early and you don't have to use the alarm clock. I know in school you got a lot of homework, but I don't have homework except preparation. But anyway, I wake up and I don't like to get right up. Just sort of ease into my day. What do you think about? I think about my day and plan it out in my head. That's good time management. You got to do that. That's a mind map of your day. But sometimes, especially on Sundays, I will think about my sermon, which is going to be an article on Monday. And also I go through the points in my head, verses. And if you can remember it laying on your bed, you won't need notes when you get up in the pulpit. And there's always going to be something you don't remember, and you'll say, what's that second point? Well, I always leave the outline that I've handwritten beside the bed on the nightstand. So I gotta lean over and look at it. Oh, yeah. Put it back down. I close my eyes again. Think about it. That's using your downtime. That's meditating. What about when you take a shower? What do you think about? When you're mowing the grass. And you got a job 4.5 hours to Memphis. What do you think about? Well, sometimes I read a book. You know, read the Bible, read audible book, just think. But sometimes I think about writing articles. You know, you're going to use that 4 hours driving, but that's not the only thing you're going to do that time. I mean, you could invest it. You got to do that, but you could invest it in thinking. All right, the next one, some articles cook for months, a few for years. That one on divorce I mentioned, that's one of the years ones. Burton Rasco said, what no wife of a writer can ever understand is that a writer is working when he's staring out the window. I love this quotation by Asimov. Thinking is the activity I love best, and writing is simply thinking through my fingers. Another thing that you could do is print. You could print this, print your article that you're working on out and stick it in your pocket. And when you are like Walmart, your wife wants to go to Walmart. You take me to Walmart. Okay, you go to Walmart. You get there, Would it be okay if I'm just gonna stay here for a little while you're getting, yeah. You know, unless we're getting food, and then I want to be sure to have an opinion about that. But, so you get it out and just work on it, tweak it. Have another illustration. That's good. Okay, anybody have a question or a comment that you would like to make? We got, yes, Eli.
Whenever you're writing articles and stuff like that, how would you recommend we publish that? Would you recommend Facebook or creating a website of your own, anything like that?
Yeah, that's lesson 7 today. So we're going to go into a good bit of detail on that. Getting published and how you can self-publish, different formats. We're going to call it preserving the leftover rabbit. So after you get one article written, use it over and over and over. It'll get better at every stage too, because you always reproof it whenever you put it in another format. So, anybody else have a question? I'll save the answer to that one until later. But anybody else have something? Okay. Let's go ahead and start number 3. I think we're going to run out of time, and if we don't, then we'll leave early today, so anybody opposed to that? So let's go ahead and start number 3, and I will I'll go through this part of this first point, because we got 4 or 5 minutes. Excuse me. Fourth, cook the rabbit. Cook the rabbit. All this preliminary stuff is now going to come to reality. Let's talk about the 3 files that we mentioned earlier. First is a reading file. This is still evolving. Right to the Boy of God, Part 3. Does everybody know where you got this one? Mine didn't have any blanks in it for some reason, but yours does, so I've highlighted when I think of blanks. If any of that's confusing to you, you can tell me and I'll figure it out. Let me talk to you about a reading file. Let me go ahead and give you the blanks so I don't have to think about those. Daunting task in the middle of that first paragraph, such as reading 100 pages, breed procrastination. I would underline that statement. Daunting task, breed procrastination. So what are some techniques to avoid that? Well, break it up in little pieces. That's the best one. Give yourself permission not to finish it. Just start it. That's important. It's mostly about a mindset. Okay, that's all on that one. So let me talk about reading files. This is what I do in that initial stage. I mentioned that premium article, you're going to read a lot before you condense it down to an article, and you may invest 80 hours in it. I would take books, when I had a library on shelves, I would take down the books that I wanted to read from about a particular article, and I would read with a highlighter, and then give it to one of our secretaries and have her type in the highlighted portions. If you don't have a secretary, then you can do that yourself, but that's a time saver if you do. And most of the time, at least our secretaries, they love doing it, and they learn stuff when they do it. It's like, well, I love that book. Let's go, so they don't mind doing it, and that saves you time. But if you don't have one, you type it yourself, and you're learning it while you're typing it, so there's an advantage to that. So you have all that information. That's in your reading file, just straight out of the sources and footnote it. What I do more now is just go to the internet with intelligent searches versus general search, and then I refine it more to get more information in a particular area. Like for instance, with all the chapters that I teach, like Hebrews 6. So I went through all the commentaries, pasted what they had into a file, so a running file. And then sermons, the people who preached on it, I searched my own hard drive, which has a lot of sermons over the years, and all that information in there. So I'm creating a large document. There's a lot of information in it. At least 100 pages. For Hebrews 6, it was like 205 pages or something. And then go back with the highlight tool in Word and how, read it on screen, and you can pump it up if your eyes aren't so good. You can pump it up to 14 point, it's pretty good. If your eyes are fine, just leave it whatever it is. Because it makes more pages, it's the same kind of material. But you can, highlight it all, hit text size 14, and it'll make it larger. Read it, highlight. I try to read, and you don't read 200 pages in one sitting. So here's another time management technique. You say, oh man, it's 200 pages, it's going to be read. Well, what you tell yourself is, I'm going to read 10 of these pages right now. And so you read 10, then you only got 190 pages to read. Or you got just a little bit of time. I think I can get a page, I'll knock a page out. So you read pages. Then I'll give you a little extra break. I'm going to go ahead and finish this one now. Okay, so you read 25 pages. You can read the whole document and go back and do this, but I tend to do it at about 20 or 25 pages. I go back and cut everything that's not highlighted. It's all stuff I don't want. That's cut. And that takes 25 pages down to 2 pages, probably 3. Then I read the next 25 pages. So you do that for the whole document. And then typically 100 pages would become 20 pages. Then I change the formatting of it to, I use Calibri, 11 point, no underline, black text. All that stuff will make more sense when you're pasting in. People use everything, I typically read in whatever they write in, because in the process, sometimes I want it to be a contrast with what I've actually finished and what I haven't finished yet. So what I haven't finished, I leave in whatever they did, and then when I paste it in, it's in Tacoma font or some different font, so I know, I see we've got this goes here, this goes, that's too much information, but that's what I do. Anyway, so put all the information in read. Cut away, throw away all that you don't want. Then you've got a document with information. It's good information. It's the old equivalent of a note card. You read a source book for your term paper, supposed to make a note card about it. That's what a file is. And then you go back through it and you begin to read. And you put, like I was saying, the coalescing part. You start coalescing, putting the stuff that belongs together, cut, paste, move around. That's your reading file. Sometimes, like right now, I don't get to finish my reading file before I have to teach the class. So I've got Hebrews 6 reading file, that's the name of it. And next year, when I teach it again, I'll read the other 50 pages or whatever I didn't get to. But it's already there, and it saves time for next year. Okay, we'll take a break here, and I'll give you 3 extra minutes. Don't forget there's an extra handout up here, and I'll put another one out too. I create is what I call the commentary file. I wish that someone had told me this when I was sitting where you are, and I think that if you will do this, you'll be glad you did. The long-term goal is to write your own commentary on the Bible. It goes in the blank commentary. Now how do you do that? Well, you know, that's 66, I mean, that's a monumental task, even if it's just the New Testament. But did you know that you're going to be studying the Bible every week for the rest of your life, as long as you got a mind? You're going to be writing sermons, Bible classes, articles, submissions to lectures. You know, there's a whole lot of stuff, blog posts, a whole lot of things that you're going to be writing just as a course of your ministry, in the course of your ministry. How many words will that be a week? It might be 10,000 words a week or something like that. Now, you can go from bad to good to great. You can do enough to get by just by making some notes, rough notes, and, you know, get up and speak on those notes. And depending on how much time you do put into the cooking part of that, you may do a good job speaking it, but you don't have much long term, because you're going to say it, they're going to hear it, you're going to go into the next sermon. But if you'll take a little bit of extra time with everything that you do, like sermons, and you will go from bad notes to good notes. Good notes mean that you've taken the time to do what we're going to talk about here. Like Hebrews 6. In my commentary file, I created a Word document that went into my New Testament folder that says Hebrews 6. It just says Hebrews 6. It could say Hebrews 6 commentary. First thing you do with that is copy the 19 or 20 verses from Hebrews 6 out of the version you preach from, or that you're going to write commentary on. Paste it into that document, and then I format it a certain way that I like. It's not the way it comes out of the WordPress, the Bible program. I put the verse first, like Hebrews 6:1 colon, one space, and then no quotation marks with just the text of that verse. Hard return between verses. Same thing all the way down. So those bold verses will stand out on the page after you've written everything between the verses that are kind of commentary on that verse. Then the next thing you do is take what you just read and highlighted and saved in your reading file. It's now 25 pages, let's say, and you've coalesced it some in that document. Now you begin to coalesce it in textual order. And not everything that you do is going to be Hebrews 6:1 through 20. That's okay. Let's just say you're writing on the refuge cities. Verse 19 says, we have fled to Christ for refuge. Guess what that's referring to? Refuge cities. So, what I'm doing, and you can move it, it's a good thing, you can either copy it in two different places, or you can move it with a note to see the other place. In other words, Numbers 35, Joshua 20, a couple other places in the Old Testament talk about the refuge cities. So, you get to verse 19, and what you just read in your reading document, maybe there's 3 paragraphs about refuge, what the words mean, something from the Old Testament about refuge cities, how important it is to flee to Jesus for refuge. So you put all that, not at the beginning of the document at verse 1, you put it down there, verse 19, between 19 and 20. You don't make it bold. But you make it, that's the point where I put it in Calibri 11 point, space between the lines, 1. You shouldn't have any problem with the kerning, which is the amount of space between letters, but if it looks funny, you just go up there and adjust that. There are settings to adjust how it looks. And you can figure all that out. So you're creating your own commentary. Let's say you were asked to write an article on they that shall see good days, 1 Peter 3:10. Well, I haven't started writing that article yet, but I'm going to. When I do, I will go to my 1 Peter notes, because that's one of the books that we studied together, and go down over to and see what I've already got on it. And then the article, the spiritual sword, of course, will be expanded from that. So I will put all that information at that place And that will be more premium information. You know, these 3 paragraphs are not ready for publication. You know, they're just collected, they're reworded, and some ideas, but they're not, you know, they're not just my words. Anyway, but those words for spiritual sword will be. So if I ever did a commentary on 1 Peter, I got 1 Peter 3:10, first phrase down. I won't have to add anything to that. It's already written. Let's say over the years I have taught a class on 1 Peter. So now I've got notes on the whole book. They're not bad, they're good, but they're not great. They become great when you put the time into them to turn them into something that's worth publication, like the Spiritual Sword article. So that's what you're doing with the reading file. Eventually, you will have, with the commentary file, eventually you will have 1,189 of those folders, one for every chapter of the Bible. And then you will have information on those, you know, it's not all verses in every book. Well, let's say you use Amos 3:3, can 2 walk together except to be agreed. That might be the only thing you've got in Amos 3 right now. You know, did a sermon on can 2 walk together. So you put that there. And then later, you may teach the book of Amos. So you rework that material you already did once before and you make it better. Maybe you say, well, I really think that'd be a good article. Can 2 walk together except to be agreed. So you don't go back and reinvent the whole wheel and start your research all over. You go to Amos 3:3 and see, well, what do I have here? And you pull that information over into an article file, or you could write it right there for a while, add some to it. But it gets unwieldy, you know, because Hebrews 6 is probably, I think it's 22 pages now, that commentary. And if you're going to move something around, it's unwieldy because it takes too long to say, okay, so you hit the buttons to make it go back to the top, and then you got to scroll down for 5 pages. Then you find where to put it. So smaller documents are easier to get around it. So sometimes I'll create 3 temporary documents, like verses 1 through 5, 6 through 10, 11 through 20, or whatever. And then it's easier to move from document to document than it is up and down the same document. Does that make sense? So it's a time saver, frustration saver too, because you'll go through it, I missed the whole thing, sorry. So, you know, you can do it, and use the find feature, insert and replace. A lot of people put 2 spaces between sentences. That's how they used to do it when they used typewriters. You don't do that with computers, but people still do it. You know, you just got in the habit of it. So, you know, when you're editing something, you have to delete that every sentence. Like I edit, hope Rob's not watching this, but I edit Rob's information, Whitaker, it's so good. You know, he does that. So I get to delete the spaces between the lines. So what do? You just go Control-H, space in the top, and then 1 space in the bottom, find this, replace with this, hit replace all. And it makes 26 or 46 or 106 replacements all at once, just like that. What about the source material that you're reading from, abbreviated the Bible books? So some of them did MT for Matthew, some of them did MATT, some did Matthew. Well, I always spell out the books all the way. That's the way you do it. Whenever you're going to publish it, you publish it completely spelled out. So go ahead and do it. So I'll search MT, period, replace with Matthew. The only problem with that is like Romans, if you do RM, a lot of words end in RM, and so it will mess up a lot of other words. So what you do is space RM, period, space, and then you do Romans, no period, space. Hit replace it, it won't make all those mistakes, it'll just find that particular combination of letters in a period space. Okay. Number 3, the third is an article file. We talked about that in the previous lesson, but you create your template for your article, like for your church bulletin. I wish I'd printed one of these out, but I don't have a. Just your template, and I gave you all the specs for it in the previous lesson. Then, let's say you wrote on Paul's triads. So you name the article Paul's triads, and it's saved to your articles file, maybe your 21 articles file. You might have an articles folder, and under it you have a file. You have a folder, a subfolder for each year. I used to do that, and now I just put them on the same because it sorts them by date if you want it to. So, but you may want to be cleaner than that and do one each year. Then, so you have a file in your articles folder under 21 articles called Paul's Triads. You click on that, it pulls up, and you see your article you wrote on that subject. Okay, so you're going to write this week on He That Would See Good Days. So you open that old file, Paul's Triads, and go to File, Rename File. And you rename it, whatever you're going to call it. See Good Days. Let's say you call it See Good Days. So you rename it, hit save. Now you got the wrong information to go with that file, so what do? You delete it. You know, highlight it, delete it. What you'll need to do, though, is leave the first letter of the first paragraph, because you'll lose all your formatting. It'll be a pain. It'll take more time. So, say your first letter of the first paragraph. Delete everything else. And then paste into that, from your commentary file, what it is that you've written so far. And you might not want to do it all at one time. You might want to do your introduction first. And it may not even be in your commentary file. That may be coming from a different source. Probably will be. So you paste that in, your first point. By this time, you probably know what your 3 points are, 4 points of the article. So go ahead and type them in. I usually make the article points. It depends on where you're going to publish it, but if it's a bulletin, I will not have the title, the points, the major points on a line by themselves. They'll be the first line of a paragraph. So you either bold them or highlight or italicize them. You don't do both. So pick whichever one you want to do. It won't matter. But that way, when somebody gets the bulletin in the mail, the magazine, and not everybody's going to sit there and read every word that you wrote, which you wish everybody would, but they won't. You know what they'll do? They'll look at it. They'll look at your main points. You want that to jump off the page at them. And then if they say, oh, that looks pretty interesting, and then they'll read it. They want to scan it before they read it. How do people read newspapers? Well, not many people read newspapers anymore, but if you read a newspaper, always read it. You look at the title. If the title sounds interesting, you read it. If it's about Alabama, you read it. If it's about Auburn, you don't. You know? So we say, I read the newspaper. Did we really read the newspaper? No, we didn't read it. We looked at it. Well, I read the bulletin. Did you read it or did you look at it? Well, I just looked at it. Yeah, that's okay. You want to get something out of it, at least looking at it. So, I think that's all I'll say about that. Let's move on to the next section that begins with begin writing the article. I outlined this lesson, and I'm going to give you the Roman numbers where to put them if you want it. Put on Roman number 1 on the very first line at the top of the page above the word create. Create 3 files. That's Roman number 1. Roman number 2, the paragraph we're starting now, right above it or beside it, structure. We're going to be talking about how to structure the article. And this later will be in the notes, but when you're writing and doing it the first time, you go back and you think about it. You say, well, what am I really doing here? And then you make it simpler. So that's what I'm doing for you. There will be 4 of those. Roman number 3 is on the next page. Put in the work. That's Roman number 3. So we'll get back to this. I'll just give it to you. And number 4 is 2 paragraphs later. Overcome writer's block. That's number 4. Spend some time. And number 5 is go with the flow on the last page. So we have 5 points in lesson number 3. About cooking the rabbit. Create your files. Number 2, structure. That's where we are now. So decide your thesis. That goes in the blank. Thesis. A thesis is a sentence around which you build the article. It's your point, your main point. Thesis. Now, writing instructors will tell you you have to know that before you write the article. Reality is that sometimes it just comes out of writing the article, but it helps to know your main point. Sometimes your title is your main point. Sometimes your thesis is your the first sentence of the article. So, you're going to get it in there, but you don't want to have an article that has no point. Or you don't want an article that has 20 points. So what's the use? You can't figure out what it's about. So you want one main point. And then that each one of your sub-points should support that thesis. Let's look at the next blank is the first line of an article is important, just like the first line of a sermon, first sentence of a sermon. So put some work more work goes into the first sentence than the last sentence of an article. So put more time into your first sentence, because that is going to determine whether people read the second sentence. The first sentence can hook them. You want to hook them. Now let me give you the blanks, and then I'll just talk about this. Time sequence is the next. Time sequence is the next one. And then saying ending. And I think you have a blank for contrast that I don't have. Does the next blank look like contrast would fit in it or not? Okay, so you have, I added those bullet points after I did this. So the last bullet point is contrast. I think there's an illustration there about like a sentence that has a contrast between the first part and the last part. And then pattern goes in the last one of the blanks. You see where that is? Okay. So let me talk about this just a little bit more and then we'll go on. How do you decide what your main points are? Well, you want a pattern. Normally what I do when I'm thinking about an article is just write down a lot of points, like different approaches to the same idea, and then I'll see a pattern that develops in those points. And some of them I never use. So you put down, maybe I put down 10 different points. And I'll say, oh, look, these first two and this number 7 and number 10, that's a pattern. They make sense together. Or I'll reword, maybe there's most of a pattern, and then there's another point, and I'll say, I got to reword that one. Well, like for instance, I was preaching on Jesus from Matthew, Mark, Luke, and John this week. And I haven't finished this. Maybe one of y'all can do this for me. But I got 3 points. In Matthew, he's the son of David. In Mark, he's the conqueror. In Luke, he's the son of man. And in John, he's the son of God. Now, which one of those doesn't belong? Mark, right? So you got a pattern. It's a pretty good outline. So I need a son of from Mark. He's called the son of the blessed in Mark somewhere. There's several sons of in there, but none of them really seem to stand out. But that's what I'm working on. But you see the point? The point is you're trying to get your points to match and to have a pattern to them. There are different kinds of patterns. Do you mind just if I see yours from there? Mine is different. So let's get on this history. So textual order, that's easy. You're writing on 1 Peter. Like I have a track on Psalm 32 about prayer. It just goes in the order of the psalm. That's easy. What about logical order? Well, some things don't make sense if you put the points out of order, Writing the gospel plan of salvation, you wouldn't put baptism second, would you? It'd have to be in the right order. It's a logical order. Time sequence, past, present, future, that's pretty helpful. A lot of times when I'm preaching, you want to make the point to help people change. So I'll say, in the last 7 days, did you air your lecture room this morning? Did you think to pray? And I'm thinking, no, didn't do that. So when you're preaching, you say, okay. Some of us probably would say, no, I haven't been doing that. What about the next 7 days? So you're taking a 14-day microcosm of a 29,000-day life and helping them to make a transition from where they are to where they should be. You don't have to pray before you leave, but you gotta pray, right? And so that gives them a homework. You know, it's like, well, he's right about that. I should have prayed for that this morning. I didn't. Okay, and then they make a resolution right then. I mean, right there, right then. You know, Tuesday night we got some meeting. I'm gonna start doing that. And so in the morning they get up, they made a note to themselves, stick it on the mirror, don't forget to pray. And then it's done, you have it. And it's really 21 days to have them have it, but 7 is a good start. Numerical, I use a lot of numbers. A number in a title will get you read more often than not having a number in a title. For instance, 4 steps to a better prayer life. Would you be more likely to read that or read a better prayer life? I would be more likely to read 4 steps to a better prayer life. I don't know why, but I want to know what the four things are. Rhyme, alliteration, same ending sound, echo. Echo doesn't mean what you might think it means. It means that there's a word repeated. Like here, you are of infinite worth to an infinite God. So you see the echo of the concept. And then contrast. Okay, rename is rename. All right, now let's go pick up with the next section. How every point should have a proof, an illustration, and application. Does that sound familiar to you if you've been in the first year class? What is it that we say every sermon should have? It should have those things, right? So you want to have exposition or explanation, illustration, application. That's the same idea with different words. So what is an article really but a written sermon? So if you take the same information that you say out loud and you put it on paper, well, the same structure works in both places. If it's interesting to hear somebody say it that way, it's interesting to read somebody say it that way. So let's go through those. Proof, under that, how does a writer find scripture for an article? Well, that's where the power is. Romans 1:16. It's not in our words of wisdom, it's in the words of God. That's where the power is. So I need to have scripture for my article, but I don't need to just throw scriptures in there for the appearance of a Bible article. Appearance goes in your blank. It's easy to throw in verses on practically any subject. Just throw in the reference. That's okay, but you really want to go from scripture to writing rather than writing to scripture. You see what I'm saying? You don't want to write what you think about it and then say, does God say that anywhere? And stick it in there. It's better to say God says this and write it. And maybe say it in a different way. So I have 5 sources, and these are not all on your sheet. Number 1 is treasury of Scripture, and I also put a number 1 with a circle around it beside that italicized word in the middle of that paragraph. That's where you can find supporting the Scriptures. You're writing on 1 Peter 3:10, you go to 1 Peter 3:10 and treasury of Scripture knowledge, and you look, and he has 15 verses listed out of that relate to it. So go read those verses, and you won't use all of them because some of them don't apply to the point you're making, but you'll use 5 of them. Then number 2, and this is where you have to add notes to your sheet. Number 2, from your own memory. Your own memory, that's where you get your scriptures. You memorize a bunch of verses while you're here. It's not just a busy work, it's so you'll have those to use all the time. So use it from your memory. Number 3, keyword search. That's in your Bible program. Do a keyword search and follow that word through the text. Let's just say the word faith, because that's going to get you a long list. Something that has something like, somebody give me a word, do a keyword search on. And you might have, I was did one for this, on Nehemiah plucking out their hair. We'll talk about that later. So I did plucked, and guess what? That's the only verse that came up. That was easy to find. But you might do hair. Let's say you were preaching on whatever chapter it is in in 2 Samuel where Absalom's hair gets stuck in the tree. And so you would say, well, I'll do a sermon on hair. Well, you could do an interesting sermon on hair, couldn't you? You might start with that one, but you could do, get off subject. Anyway, you do keyword search. Number 4, commentary. When you do read your 100 pages or 150 pages, those commentators are going to quote verses. Usually they don't give you the reference. They just give you the quotation of the words. What you have to do is just, and here's a trade secret. It's a lot quicker to copy and paste that into your Google search than it is to try to find it in your Bible program. Because they use different versions or they reword it, and you'll search like 4 times to try to find one verse. You put it in Google, search the internet, and it'll pop up first time, KJV, Ezra 9:3 or whatever. So it's quicker to do it that way than the other. Does everyone see where we are if I lost you? So this is not on your sheet, what I'm telling you right now. What I'm telling you is to fill in, only one of these 5 is on your sheet. That's the treasure of Scripture knowledge. So you put a little number 1 beside that. And then you put a little number 2 with a circle around it underneath that paragraph, 3, 4, 5, and you write memory, keyword search, that's 2 and 3, memory, keyword search. Number 4 is commentary. It's supposed to make your structure obvious to you here. That's what I did not do there, you see? You want your audience to know when you're changing gears, and I didn't do that clearly. And then number 5 is meditation. That's the Sunday morning you lay on your pillow thinking about your sermon, and another verse hits you. Well, that's a good source for adding verses. How does a writer illustrate an article? That's the next paragraph. Illustrations of articles. This is really, this is very important, and this is the hardest thing. It's easy to find explanation. There's a bunch of that out there. It's hard to find good illustrations for sermons. And once you get a good illustration, you're going to keep it, because you'll use that over and over. Not to the same people. You can't use it at home, but when you preach a Wednesday series and gospel meetings and stuff, you find a good illustration. It's a good way to begin a lesson to get attention or to drive home a point. So illustrations are important, and so you need good sources for illustrations. Let me give you 5 of these too. These are on your handout, so you won't have to write them. Bible characters, that goes in your blank, Bible characters. You can find a Bible character to illustrate almost anything you're talking about. And the more obscure the Bible character, the better, because they don't know it. They're like, I didn't know that was in the Bible. So that helps them to learn something and also illustrates it. Number 2, historical references. I love history. And you are either in that camp or you're not. It's like some people, history, numbers and dates and all that. They don't want to know anything. I want to know everything about history. So I find myself using a lot of historical references in lessons. And most of the people tolerate that even if they don't like it if it's short. They don't like it if you do the history of Israel and Babylonian captivity and spend the first 15 minutes of your sermon talking about it. And you're going through all these names of kings and they never heard of them and they don't want to remember them, and it's like, you lost me way back there. Why does he do that? That's why other people are like, whoa, that's good. I always want to know about it. So, one thing I've learned in gospel meetings or even in Bible class, you can give people permission not to listen. And so take the pressure off. You say, and I'll start saying this in every gospel meeting because I've been doing a lot of lessons, a lot of series on the whole Bible, an overview of the Bible. Some of the same stuff I was doing in the last class. But I'll tell them, I'll get into it a little bit, like enough for people to go, oh boy. The ones that don't like it. And I'll stop and say, there's 2 kinds of people in every audience. There are people that love details, and they say, give me more. I love it. I want to write all this stuff in. And then there's people that say, you have lost me back there. I don't want to know all this stuff. And then you say, it's okay to be either one. If you're in the second group, we're almost done with the detailed stuff. We'll get to the practical stuff. If you're in the other group, I got a little more to talk to you about. What did you do? You just brought everybody back to the table. The ones that were tuning you out, they said, he gets me. He knows what he's doing. And then sometimes when I'm preaching on marrying a Christian, we ought to preach on that. But that's offensive to some people. It's not a reason not to say it. But be careful how you say it. Like this Christian woman married a non-Christian man and was able to convert him. And he's there now in the church, in the church. But you start preaching on marrying a Christian, and he gets his hairs on the back of his neck stands up a little bit, his hackles are up. Why? I wouldn't be a Christian if my wife would listen to what you say. But do those young people that are single need to follow her example and marry a non-Christian? No, because 9 times out of 10, they'll go the other way. It's easier to pull somebody down than it is to pull somebody up. So what you can say there when you start preaching on that is, I'm going to do something that most preachers don't do. I'm going to give you permission not to listen for just a moment. I just want to talk to the young people. I just want to talk to the singles for a minute. You think they're going to listen more than they would normally, but you took the pressure off. It's like he's just talking to young people. And then you can say something like, I know there are exceptions to this, and I'm thankful to God that some have been converted, that, we're not Christians because of marriage. That's a good thing, not a bad thing. But let me tell you, it's going to go the other way about 9 times out of 10. And I can speak personally. I've preached in a small congregation in the city. And I have seen through the years, 25 years in Jacksonville, 5.5 years before that, I've only seen it happen 2 times. 2. Of all the non-Christians that marry Christians, where they were converted, came to church and all their kids grew up to be faithful. 2 times. Is that the kind of Russian roulette you want to play with your kids? Kids unborn at this point? I'll tell you what you don't want to happen. This is part of what I'll say later as I'm discussing verses. I'll tell you what happens in some families. Mom takes baby to prayer roll and Bible class. Dad says, that's fine, go ahead. I'm not going today, but you take the kids. But then Junior gets to be about 8 years old, and Dad's going fishing on Sunday. Mom, I want to go fishing. I want to go fishing. I want to go to class. No, son, we go to class. We go to class every. Dad speaks up and says, I didn't make up his own mind. You know how to drag him up there. You know when she should have thought about that? 9 years before. That day is coming. If you marry outside the Lord. Now, rarely, this I'll start you, but this is good. It got quiet in here. I like that quiet time when everybody's really tuned in, right? This is what happens. When you're dating, guess what? He'll go with you. It doesn't matter. Wherever you are, he wants to be. You go to Walmart, yeah, I'll go. You go to church, yeah, I'll go. We'll go out to eat after, right? Right. Let's sit on the pew. He's trying to make a good impression, right? Trying to win you over. Okay. Will that continue the first week after you're married? Yeah. Month? Yeah, probably. Quarter, maybe. But at some point, when he's got you, and you got him, he's like, I got a lot of work this weekend. I got to get ready for Monday. You go ahead. I'm going to stay home. And, before long, he goes once in a while, but he doesn't go all the time. And never goes on Sunday night and Wednesday night. And, sometimes it's a little aggravating because you go on Wednesday night when he wants supper to be cooked to put on the table, and now you're got to go to church all the time. See how that switched over? Talk like that to young people. They can see it. Some of them see it in their own families, but they can see it. And it's not all, fuzzy, warm fuzzies. It is when you're dating and you're in that bubble, but that bubble, it doesn't last forever. So think be wise about your future, your children's future, your family's future. Anyway, what I was saying is you can give people permission not to listen. You can do that in writing too. So you can, with your illustrations, historical references can be very effective, but don't overdo it to the point where they're like, I don't want to know that much. Number 3, object lessons. Jesus took a Roman, show me a penny, and gave an illustration about that. I've done a few object lessons through the years. People love object lessons, especially young people. I could say that out. Some people are really good at object lessons, and you might want to be one of those people. There's whole books written on it, or you can look online. There's a whole bunch of object lessons that make a lot of sense. Gus Nichols used to preach on a postage stamp. You ever seen that sermon? Postage stamp. John seen it? It has to be licked. We got to be humble, licked. I think I wrote an article on that. And Eddie Gilpin preaches a sermon on a pencil. Jim Dearman preaches a sermon on, when you get on a plane and they say, going through all that stuff nobody listens to about the safety stuff. And she says, put on your own oxygen mask first. He preached a sermon on that. Before you try to save your kids, save yourself. Before you try to save your friends, So there's a lot of object lessons. Let's see how they always stick in your mind. It's just coming right back to memory. I didn't plan to say that, just thought of it. Number 4 is self-examination of personal acquaintances. You have a background. Maybe you played football. There's some good things you learn in football that apply to real life. You can use some of those, and you'll come across with more authority than somebody who just watches it, says it. Maybe you grew up around sheep. That would be some interesting things you could say about the shepherd or about the sheep in Psalm 23. What about this one? There was an older Christian lady in our congregation who was always the best at. But don't you want me to finish that sentence? That's made up. I have no idea what it's about. But you want to hear it because the way it's phrased. What about this one? I had a college professor who was always undermining the faith of Christians and making fun of them. And he said, yeah. You see how effective that is? And if you were too chicken and didn't speak up or chose not to, well, you could really reword it and say, I had a professor, and I wish I had said this to him. How many people are not going to listen to the rest of that sentence? 0. Everybody in there is going to, even if you lost them somewhere back there, they're back. Because they want to know, what would you say? So that's self-examination, personal acquaintances. I might have changed mine a little bit. I might have changed after that. But, quotes and interactions with people. These are some good illustrations of this. When I was growing up, our preacher would always say, well, people will remember that if you have some statements like that. There was an older Christian lady in our congregation. I already did that one. Oh, I skipped down ahead, didn't I? Oh, well. Anyway, you see the point. Let's go to number 3, put in the work. Now, you're not going to be good at anything if you're lazy. You're not going to be good at sports. You're not going to be good at music. You're not going to be good at politics. You're not going to be good at sales. You're not going to be good at production. You're not going to be good at writing if you're lazy. I meant to say this in the first lesson. By the time we get done with this, somebody might say, if that's why it takes a while, I'm never going to do it. I don't want to have that result from this, because probably about half of what I'm saying today, you take it or leave it. Doesn't matter. The other half, if you're going to be a good writer, you really need to focus on it. So we're going into more. They gave me 6 hours to talk about writing, right? So if they gave me an hour, I would have condensed all this down to 1 hour. But they gave me 6. So we're going this deeper than I've ever gone on it. But I think this is helpful. It helped me as a writer to learn things I never learned, but I think even more so. And Brother Waycaster, when he was in here earlier, at the first break, he came up and he said, I don't know how they teach this. I never really thought about how I'd gone through the process of writing. And I told him that was the same feeling I had, because I would just, stop staring out the window kind of thing. Like, how do I? And then I jot it down. And a lot of this stuff I've never said to anybody before. It's just I never thought of it. It's just what happens. But it's the kind of thing that I think it helps to know more details in this kind of environment. So writing is a combination of talent, art, and sweat. I read Stephen King's book on writing, and I quote it here, but there's another quote that I did not include here. He talks about, in the early part of that book, Stephen King uses bad language, as you know, and he even does in his writing book. So I'm not endorsing it without that caveat. But he's the best-selling American author. They don't even put him on the list, but he's number one. I don't know if there's a prejudice against that kind of writing, that genre, but he sold more books than anybody else. He knows how to write. But he said, maybe the preface or maybe the first chapter, he said that writing is part talent that you can't teach, and part of it you can learn. He said you can't make a good writer out of some people, but you can take a good writer and make a great writer out of it. I think that statement is true. I don't know what percentage of it is what, I mean, some people have the ability to preach. Some people don't. God gave us all different abilities. And he needs everybody in the body that has different abilities. What good would it do if we were all have the same talents? So something is true writing. Anyway, this quotation from Stephen King is pretty creative, as you would expect. But he talks about the muse. What do we mean by the muse? M-U-S-E? When the muse is on you? John? He looks a little sleepy sometimes. The muse is what writers call when they get in the mood to write. And it's just like flowing through them. The muse is like, it comes out of mythology, I guess. But, and all writers experience this. You'll be pecking away trying to think of something. All of a sudden you'll get on a roll. And then you're just going, and you're right. Well, that muse should be called the muse, but that's real. That concept is real. So he talks about the muse as a guy that lives in your basement. You got to feed him and stuff. It's pretty creative. But tinker with it. That's your next blank. Tinker with the article. Gnaw on it like a dog gnaws a bone. You just can't rush. You can't rush good writing. You just have to work on it. And the more you work on it, the better it gets. Like a house article I might work two weeks on. And finally, toward the end of the 2 weeks, I'll get to the point where I'll read it again and I'll only make one tweak. Or maybe I'll read it and I won't make any tweaks. But it's done. That's how you put the thermometer in the turkey, you pull it out, it's done. It's the right. But that takes a while to get there. And then if you read the same article 2 weeks later or 2 years later, you'll make a lot more changes to it. But that's what I'm talking about, tinkering with it. Print it out and carry it around with you. I remember walking around Disney World with an article in my pocket one time. You got to stand in line forever. So I'll pull it out. I mean, my kids, like it's some other ride or whatever. You got to think about something, right? Now, I would not do that if that was work. If that felt like work to me, when you're on vacation. But that wasn't work. That's fun. So if it's fun to you, you can do it. So print it out. Because it would be work to me to stand in line and not have anything to think about. There's only so many people you can look at. I want to think about something else. So print it out, tinker with it. Next, how to overcome writer's block. Brother Waycaster asked me about that when he came up a while ago. He asked me if I don't remember ever having writer's block. I mean, it's just like, I can't ever not write. It's just, but I think a lot of people do with it. You find a lot written about it. There are times when I'm too tired to write or not in the mood to write, but that's not the same as wanting to write and not being able to. And that's what writer's block is. It's like, I've got to write this and I can't think of what to say. Well, here's some ways, the reasons for it and how to overcome it if you have that problem. One is self-criticism, harsh self-criticism. Don't pressure yourself so much. Number 2, fear of comparison to other writers. You're not as good a writer as Wayne Jackson, but who is, right? So don't compare yourself to him. Maybe you'll be better eventually. But, so you see the point, though. Lack of external motivation. Nobody Nobody was giving me any encouragement to write, or lack of internal motivation, which is desire to glorify God. I just don't feel it. It's not there. Techniques for overcoming writer's block. Number one, routine. Have a certain time that you sit down to write, and you'll get in the habit of it, and words will come. Number two, free write. This is very important. Free write means you don't worry about structure. You don't worry about, well, I got to have a scripture, and I got to have an illustration, I got to have an application. Don't worry about any of that. You just write what you think. Just write. And eventually you go back and you say, okay, do I have a scripture for that point? Or this point needs an illustration. But you don't think like that when you free write. You just write. You just throw it. There's a quotation in here somewhere by Steinbeck. Have you ever read Steinbeck? Grapes of Wrath. I recently reread Travels with Charlie. Anybody ever read Travels with Charlie? Before? Yeah? I was going to be surprised. I was going to be impressed. That'd be an A in this class. It doesn't even get a grade. So, anyway, I reread it. It's about him traveling America, meeting people, and what he learned. It's interesting. Anyway, he said that that's the way he writes. He's a good writer. He says, you don't worry about anything but getting the words on the page. You write all the words, and then you go back and tweak it. That's free writing. That's a very important concept to understand writing. 3, do something else for a while. I'm burned out. Well, go exercise. Go do something else. Take a nap. Skip ahead. This is an important one. You know, try to get this first point. It's just not coming. Well, that means I got writer's block. No, you don't. You got writer's block on point 1. You might not have writer's block on point 3. So just skip ahead. You don't have to write it in order. Number next, turn off judgment mode. This is an interesting sentence to me. Most things do not look good in the creative middle. You ever built a house? Had parents, we got halfway through. It's a mess. You know? Dirty and pieces of wood laying around everywhere and sawdust and paint spilled. And it looks terrible. You say, this house is going to be awful. No, you don't say that. You say they're not done with it yet. You get in the middle of an article, you say, this is terrible. Yeah, but you're not done with it yet. Would a painting look good if you were halfway through with it? No, it looked terrible. Same thing with this. Okay, I want to go ahead and finish this real quick. Write something else. This is just something I discovered recently. You know, here I am writing, Hebrews, Joshua, writing class, women's wives class, spiritual sword article. I got something for free to write. So I got all these different things. I'm like, I'm tired of writing. I'm tired of reading about Joshua. You know? But I figured out that does not necessarily mean that I'm tired of reading about Hebrews, or that I don't want to work on. So just change gears about something else. Number 5, go with the flow. Let's just fill in these blanks and then we'll take a break. Number 5 is what you wrote in there. It's not on your sheet. But 3 elements of good writing are said to be the following. 1, good writing says something important engagingly, convincingly, concisely. Engagingly. It's interesting to read. Number 2, good writing is well organized. That's why I said you should always have points that people can see at a glance. That's like a billboard. You can read it going by. Number 3, appropriate vocabulary, sentence structure. Well, no, before that, good writing has strong mechanics. And we'll talk about mechanics in probably the next lesson. All right, so there's 2 more handouts up here. You can get those at the break if you want. Part 4. We're going to go off topic at the beginning just a little bit and talk about the advantages that writing has over speaking. Speaking has an advantage in that you have the warmth of personality, you have the ability to have facial emphasis and gestures. You don't have the opportunity to use those things in writing. So there are some advantages to presence, but there are also advantages to absence. And some of these are listed here. I'll go through these quickly. Number one, writing has the ability to slowly change minds. Most people did not form the opinions that they hold over a short period of time, and they do not change them over a short period of time. And you have people that grew up in a certain religion, for instance. They were taught this religion since they can remember as a child, but they need to know something that they did not know. They need to have their minds changed about the purpose of baptism or the nature of the church. Well, you can preach on that, and we should, but we do not expect a person every time to respond the first time they hear a concept that's different than what they grew up knowing, and say, well, I've changed my mind, I want to become a member of the Church of the New Testament. Or I was not baptized for remission of sins, now I'm going to be. A lot of times, the first time they hear it, they may think, I don't agree with that. Or they may think, I'm going to consider that. Now, there's an advantage then to preaching, but there also is that presence can feel threatening to people. You know, the preacher's really preaching at me today. He knows I'm not a member of the Church of Christ, and he's just preaching this whole sermon against me because I'm visiting today. Well, he probably did not do that, but it's possible that the person is going to feel threatened all the way through the sermon and not really listen to the reasoning that the preacher is presenting. On the other hand, if he receives a mailer in the mail, or he reads a tract or a book, and it has the same thing written down that the preacher said, doesn't have anybody looking at him and watching to see what his response to it's going to be. There's not an invitation at the end of the chapter where everybody stands and sings and he's thinking they want me to come down front. He just turns to the next page. So there's an advantage to slowly change minds. What it also allows a person to do is to stop and ponder. And he reads a paragraph and he thinks, well, I've never read that before. I've never heard that before. And he goes back and reads it a second time. In a sermon, the preacher preached that point and he's on to the next point. And he doesn't have the time to do both things. You know, he might keep thinking about that point that was made, but he won't be able to think about the point the preacher's making presently, or he'll just have to leave that point and go with the preacher to the next point. So reading has the advantage to slowly change minds. And you can, number two, you have a longer shelf life with reading than with preaching. Now, just about everywhere that you preach now in churches is going to be recorded, video recorded. A lot of times it's going to be live streamed on Facebook and YouTube. That seems to be what all churches are doing where I'm preaching, which is a good thing. And you have sometimes you have more people listen to a sermon who are outside the room than you have listening to it inside the room. Especially if that true. If you're preaching for a small country congregation, you may have 50 people there, but they may have 100 people. You know, I was out of Texas, as I mentioned, and I asked the last night how many have we had watching the live stream or the feeds, and he said, "Well, I don't really know on Facebook because that's all over the map, but we had about 100 screens active for every lesson on YouTube." And he said, but some of those screens are family. So there might have theoretically been more people listening to those lessons. It really doesn't matter who the speaker is, you know, to your lessons, whoever that could not be in that physical place at that physical hour. And they could be, you know, several people said, well, one person told me Sunday night I was driving back from somewhere and I watched it on my phone. You know, so here's a person who couldn't be there, but they were getting the information. So writing has that ability to allow someone to have allow a lesson to have a longer shelf life. And in this sense, even though things are recorded, technology changes for the better. And maybe we're at a point now where it's not going to matter, but we just got there if so. Because I go back and watch videos occasionally from the 1980s and 90s. Have you tried to watch any of that? It's grainy, it's fuzzy, it's strange colors, and you think, oh, it's not easy to watch. You know, even though it's recorded, I don't know if it'll be that way in the 2040s when they look back to the 2020s and say, well, I just can't stand to watch that and what we are producing now. But I do know this, I would prefer to consume information written versus video. That's me. I'm of the former generation. I know this is a video generation. And don't read, just watch. And I do some of that. But if I'm working on a sermon, I'm going to have to watch or listen to 40 minutes of a sermon when I could take the same sermon outline or the same written material and I can go through it in about 10 minutes and take from it what I want. So it's going to take me a lot longer to go through the video. I'd prefer it to be written. Now, I don't know if that will always be the case in the future. There will be some transcriptions or something, but even that's going to be going from word from the spoken word to the written word. So what I'm saying is that writing has a longer shelf life. You think about, I mentioned earlier, Leroy Brownlow and these old gospel preachers, and even those who lived in the Middle Ages, you know, they're still useful. He being dead yet speaketh, was said of Abel in Hebrews 11 about verse 3. So you can do that. We can do that. We can be dead and still influence the world, still convert people. There's an illustration here, Changing Minds, about Moses Lard. You may be familiar with Lard's Quarterly. He wrote a commentary in Hebrews, probably some other things. But the first time he met Walter Scott, gospel preacher, not the philosopher, he hugged him and said, "You're the man who first taught me the gospel." That's the first time he met him. It was, how's that? He said, I read the Gospel Restored, which Scott had written, and it converted him. So we can have that influence. Writing can go where we don't go, and it can last longer than we will last. Number 3, writing allows for better communication of complex concepts. Writing allows a person to slow down and think about a sentence or a word or a paragraph, so that when we're preaching, you keep moving. And so that's the reason we try to put pauses in our presentations, give people an opportunity to think briefly about what we just said, but we don't have time for them to go back over it again and again. As if you pause, there's only so long you're going to be able to allow them to think about it. You go to the next point. But in writing, they can go back and reread it, they can ponder it, they can think about it, they can write down in the margin questions that they have about it or challenges to it. So complex information is more easily consumed by writing than by listening. Number 4, well, there's an illustration there about Gettysburg Address. Let me give you that. Lincoln presented what's called the Gettysburg Address now, November 19th, 1863, and he was not the featured speaker that day. Edward Everett was the featured speaker, and he presented his speech, 2-hour speech, from memory before Lincoln. He finally sat down. Lincoln got up. Well, that seems like a long time to us, but that was what was expected in those days. It was a dedication of this cemetery to the Union dead. Lincoln got up, and he spoke for 2 minutes. Most people hadn't really even tuned into him yet, because they're expecting a 2-hour not lesson, but speech. Then they're just thinking he's getting warmed up, and he was done. And he sat back down. It's about fewer than 300 words. And I guess today they would have booed him. They didn't boo back then, but they were disappointed. He didn't give much of a speech, 2 minutes. And it was not well received at all, verbally. But as was the tradition in those days, they put both speeches in the newspaper the next day. Olive Everett's speech and Lincoln's short speech. And then people had time to ponder it, and it became one of the great American documents. It never would have if it had not been written down and published, because it had an opposite reaction to people who saw the profundity of thought that Lincoln had put into that. He probably wrote half of it, at the White House and half of it on the train up to Gettysburg. He rode up there with Seward, one of his cabinet members. What a profound mind Lincoln had, and he distilled it into those few words. It really helped us see ourselves as Americans in a way we had not seen it before. So that's the power of written documents. Now let's go to the next one. Writing is less confrontational than face-to-face meetings. I touched on that one earlier. When somebody's looking at you, expecting a response, that can really put the pressure on. But when someone reads something and you don't even know they're reading it, there's no pressure. They're able to ponder it without that confrontational atmosphere. Writing multiplies opportunities. Number 5. Mentioned that you might be heard by 50 people, but read by 100 people or 1,000 people. You don't know, especially once it goes into print and it stays in print, then you may be, you think about how many people have read Matthew Henry's commentaries, for instance. He lived like, 1700s, 1800s, 17? Because it's still in circulation centuries later, and a whole new crop of people are being introduced to him. Wow, that's a lot, and that might happen with you. You might write a commentary. I don't know what book what commentary you use for, say, the book of Romans. Maybe Whiteside. I think that's what we used when we were here. Well, that book's been around a long time, and it's influencing more and more minds. You might write the Whiteside on Romans for some other book that will be used as a textbook in schools of preaching and universities. So it can multiply your opportunities. Last, writing can go where a preacher cannot go. That's especially true online because you might not be able to afford, might not even be allowed to go into some countries of the world, but they may be able to access your website or your blog and see information, learn information that they would not have access to personally. Come and hear you preach somewhere. All right, now we go back to our cooking the rabbit motif that we're using to explain writing. Now we've got the rabbit cooked. We have caught the rabbit. We've prepared the kitchen. We've marinated the rabbit. We've cooked the rabbit. And now we're down to trim the fat. Trim the fat. This is very important in writing, especially today more so than in previous centuries. I mentioned that I read, and you do too, a lot of older writers when oratory was more popular. Oratory equals many words. They flower it up with all these adjectives and adverbs and longer sentences. Well, that was okay, and that was popular in those days, but that's not what people want to read today. People want you to get to the point. Now, flowery speech is still okay. Saying something with each word being meaningful and expressive, that's a good thing, but don't stretch it out. And most people do not speak that way, and most people do not write that way. Most people will use way too many words when they write. They could communicate the same ideas in fewer words, and that's your goal. And maybe somebody like Guy Woods wrote that way. I don't know. I heard him speak, and he spoke that way. Every word counted. I've not ever heard a different speaker that was quite as succinct as Brother Woods was, but he would preach 25 minutes in a gospel meeting, and then he would answer questions for about 15 or 20 minutes. And that was very effective for him. 25 minutes, but boy, that 25 minutes was just rich. I mean, every word was, well, that's the way you want your article to be. You don't want it to have any extra words in it. And people are drawn to reading things they get something out of in a short amount of time. They tend to put off reading things that they're going to have to wade through. You don't want them to look at your writing as something, well, it'll be good, but it's going to take me a while to digest that. That's not a recipe for having a lot of readers. So let's go through some of this trim the fat things. There's several ideas here, but I'll start with the limitations that you put on yourself. This takes self-discipline, less discipline in the first case, more discipline in the second case. First discipline, I mentioned writing an article for your church bulletin. I know a lot of churches have moved to online, and this does not apply as much. But if you still, many churches publish a paper version. If they do, then there are, there's so many inches tall, so many inches wide. That's all the space is going to fit. Now you can change the font size and you can crunch it together. I mean, you can squeeze more words on a page. But do you read bulletins like that? Like a wall of text or a book? It's like some of the books in my library were printed a long time ago, maybe during a war when there wasn't a lot of paper around. And so they got just as much on a page as they could. Those are hard to read. What I will do sometimes is put that on a copier and blow it up so I can read it. I put it on if it's something that I get offline and it's dense like that, well, I will immediately highlight the text and make it larger and make it more readable, put more white space. Even if it's a wall of text like some commentaries do online, I would go in and artificially put paragraph breaks. Sometimes you'll have one paragraph that goes for 2 pages. Who wants to read that? So I just go down, randomly hit enter before I read the article just to create some white space so you can pace yourself in reading. Anyway, you don't want to do a wall of text. You want to be concise. So one way to do that is if you have a particular size bulletin article, like 8.5 by 11, 1 inch margin top and bottom, 3/4 of an inch margin on the sides. That's a fixed amount. And you can only fit so many words on there. And don't crunch the space between the lines to fit more. Leave it at standard 1.0 point between the lines. Now, what you do, though, is write an article that won't fit on that page. You want it to be at least 3 paragraphs longer than will fit. Why is that? Because you have 3 paragraphs of words that you didn't need in that article. Everybody does. So you write it longer than it needs to be, and then you go back and start cutting out words. Before long, that 3 paragraphs was too long. It's only 2 paragraphs too long. 1 paragraph too long. Now it fits. If you wrote just the right amount, you just leave all those words in because it fit. And then you got a sloppy, flabby article. You don't want that. You want a concise, lean article. So you write too much and take it out. Now, the more you write and the longer you write, the better you'll be about not putting extra words in the first place. But you won't ever get where you need to do that. I've been writing for a lot of years, and I still do the same thing. You just put it down, like in free write stage, just putting everything down. Well, then you put it in, and then you go back and you figure out, well, I use 2 words here, but I really just need 1. I'll use 2 sentences, but they say about the same things. I'll take the last phrase out of the second sentence and put it in the first sentence and take out a whole sentence. That's one way to do it, is paper limitation or space limitations in print. Another way to do it is be self-disciplined enough to limit yourself to a certain number of words. I'm probably missing some blanks here, so let me do that so you don't miss the point because you're thinking about what words I'm supposed to put down here. Always write a few paragraphs more than will fit in the space. We covered that. Second one, enforce a word count limitation on yourself. That is, you write a 1,000-word article or a 500-word blog. Are you familiar with word count? It's at the bottom of every Word document, right? Word, I'm sure it's true in Pages too. But down at the bottom of the screen, it will tell you how many pages long this document is and how many words are in it. So you constantly look at that word count. And, once you're going to write a 1,000-word article, which would be a pretty good length for an article. Well, then you want to write it about 1,300 words and then cut it down to 1,000. And even if it's a blog and you could write, 6,000 words and it would still go out in the same email or the same post, you still want to limit yourself. Sometimes most of the time they will give you space limitations based in pages, like, Fried Hardeman gives you 2.5 pages for a little extra book, which is not very much. And Memphis doesn't enforce any limitations. Spiritual Sword articles are 6.5 pages, double space, 12-point New Times New Roman, which is, again, not much space, but it's more than 6.5 pages. Well, I figured out that's 2,000 words. If you go to, I can sometimes squeeze 2,200 words in 6.5 pages, but it's about 2,000 words. But 1,000 words would be more of a typical article. So you want to, sometimes occasionally they'll say, we want a 1,000-word article. So it's sort of fun to me just to send them exactly 1,000 words. You know, they probably didn't think they were going to exactly 1,000 words, but I'll write 1,300 and cut it down, cut it down, cut it down. Finally, it gets to 1,000. I say, it's ready to go. You know, so that's self-discipline, especially if there's nobody telling you it has to be this length. But you discipline yourself because you want to be a concise writer. You don't want to be a wordy writer. And discipline yourself to a word count will keep you from doing that. I did some research. I did not know this before last week on the right length of different types of writing. So we'll go through this really quickly. An email should be between 50 and 125 words. Have you ever gotten an email from somebody and you glanced at it and you said, I'll just have to read that later? You know, well, they wrote like a book, you know. Emails are not for books. Emails are supposed to be short. And once in a while, you'll send something longer, and that's okay. But a lot of times, it's better to send more than one email rather than one long one. You know, send one, let them read that. Send them another one that follows up. And the second point is, or the other point I wanted to make was, number 2, a letter of recommendation should be 1 to 2 paragraphs. And as the preacher, you will be asked to write those. You know, someone's going to college, into the military, you know, they'll say, would you write me a... Always say yes, and always do it immediately. And always say the nicest thing you can say about them, but don't be dishonest. So, you know, if they're, well, that's enough on that. Just be honest. But make them sound good. I mean, and they'll probably get a chance to read that at some point. Keep that in mind. Not always. But a lot of times I will send it to them. So, number 1, they know that I wrote it. And number 2, that's an encouragement to them. Well, I didn't know he thought that much about me, you know? And you encourage, that's what we do. We encourage people. Okay, letters to the editor. These are different kinds of letters on the second bullet point. A formal letter should run about 3 paragraphs, not including the introduction and closing. Cover letter. What's a cover letter? You're going to send a manuscript in to a lectureship. You put a cover letter on it and you explain, well, by the way, I discovered this, and I used this source, and you might want to think about this when you publish this. Sometimes I've written way too much and it won't fit, and I'll say, there are 2 manuscripts here. You can print whichever one you want. You know, so there's one that deals with the text, and there's one that's practical. And, you know, the book editor, depending on what he thinks is most helpful, he'll choose one or the other. Maybe he'll even choose both. I don't know if that's ever happened, but usually I'll choose one or the other. Letters to the editor should be under 200 words. You know, if you had to pay for a letter to the editor, you're talking about anywhere from $50 to $500 probably for that 2 paragraphs. They'll put it in there for free. And it'll also be more read than whatever you would have paid to put in there, because it's in a place where people look, and controversy draws eyeballs. What's letters to the editor? Somebody's upset about something. Somebody has strong passion about something. I want to read. So that's one of the most read sections of a newspaper. And if that's something that you desire to do, you can have an influence in your community. I've not written many of those, but I've written a few, and you'll be surprised how many people will come up and say, I saw your letter in the paper. You know, so, and even people in the community will say that. So that's a way to get your name out there, get the truth out there. And there's certain rules for that, which I think some of that I included somewhere in here, but you can do your own research on that. Keep in mind, the next one is a standard blog post is about 500 words. This changed my mind about blog posts, the research that's included here and in the next paragraph, because I had not done this research before. So I'll tell you, I lean toward, and this really is not the point I'm trying to make here, and this I guess counterproductive in a sense, but there is a place for longer posts. There is a place for 10,000 word deep dives or long form. Let's talk about the short form first. If you're going to post something online and you want it to come up in Google searches, it has to be at least 300 words. So if it's under that, probably won't come up in searches. So keep that in mind. For a print article, 750 to 1,000 words is a good length that people will say, It's not, TLDR, too long, didn't read. These people see that, they say, well, I can't read all that. So you want something they'll say, well, okay. Usually if it's one page, people are more likely to read it than if they see there's a continuation, they flip over and they say, maybe I'll read that later. But then they don't usually read it. For a journal, 1,000 to 2,000 words is acceptable. A sermon is generally 2,500 to 3,000 words. That's a manuscript, of course. And when you speak it, it'll probably run to 5,000 words because we ad lib, or we quote the verses we only referenced in an article. If a writer goes any longer than these forms, that should be these, not this, but these formats, people will not think they have time or the inclination to read it. The goal is for them to read it the first time they see it. There's a rule in time management, don't touch a piece of paper twice. Like mail, stand over the trash can when you're going through your mail and sort it into the trash if you don't need it. If you want to keep it, then don't make a stack out of it. So I'll get to that later. Go ahead and do whatever you're going to do with it while it's in your hand. Touch it one time. Same thing is true with that same principle applies here where somebody, if they're ever going to read your article, they're probably going to read it when they first see it. There's a time. I will stick, I used to carry a bag around, like a computer bag around with me. And now I quit doing the bag, I just have a stack of papers. But when I go to a doctor's, like a doctor's appointment or something like that, well, I will collect like journals and things that I think I want to read, and I'll just put them in there. I used to get so frustrated at doctors, It's like their time's the only time's important. You come and sit for an hour and wait for me, and I'll put you in this little room for 15 minutes and make you feel better, and then I'll put you in another room for 15 minutes, and then, it's going to be, you're going to be here 3 hours, whatever. Like his 3 hours are more important than my 3 hours. No, we're both professionals. My work's more important than his, really, because I do it. But now I've learned, just plan to work there. You're going to work somewhere those 3 hours, right? So just work at the doctor's office. It doesn't matter, You're going to work in your car, work in your office, work at home, work in the doctor's office. The problem with that is you have TVs in there that are blaring. But usually you can find a place where it's quiet. Sometimes I'll tell the receptionist, would you mind texting? I'm gonna be out in my car. And since COVID, they don't think that's even weird, So I go work in my car. They text me, I go in. I take my computer in and sit and, that 15 minutes that you're waiting for him to come in and see you the first time. Well, I got, 15 minutes of work done. Come in and say, you're always working. Yeah, well, you're working too, aren't you? It's not that strange. It's better to work than sit there and think, boy, I'm getting mad because he's making me wait. And now I say, she calls you back, and I'm like, just a minute, make him wait on you. I got to finish this page real quick. Anyway, that's off the topic, I guess. But you want them to read it the first time they see it. There is a place to put stuff aside and read later, but most of the time people don't do that. Trim the fat in the article, and here's how to do it. The bullet points beginning at the bottom of the page. Look at words, sentences, and paragraphs. Eliminate unnecessary words. Most writers use far more words than are necessary and waste readers' time. We just want you to get to the point. Now, here is something with the blanks that's important. A single sentence contains a single thought, and a paragraph deals with a single idea. By definition, that's what a sentence is and what a paragraph is. Mark out the word supporting in the next sentence, and that's a good illustration of what I'm saying. That supporting is not necessary to communicate that idea. For decades, the rule of thumb for a paragraph is that it should be 100 to 200 words long. But that's not popular anymore. Have attention spans gone up or down, do you think, in the last 25 years? Yeah, they've gone down. So do people want to read long paragraphs now more than their parents did? No, they don't like long paragraphs. Now, our goal is to be read. So if people don't like to read long paragraphs, guess what? I'm going to make short paragraphs because I want them to read it. Now, they're going to have more paragraphs that are short than fewer paragraphs that are long, but what does it matter if you're communicating everything? So, and paragraphs give an article white space. And white space is important because it allows you to rest it It allows your eyes to rest. Between, you can stop, it gives you a stopping place. Okay, the next one, I did a little research about the white space and the paragraph length. Now, the new rule of thumb is from 40 to 75 words long. 40 words is not much. You shouldn't have a paragraph that's one sentence long, and some sentences can be 40 words. So you need at least 3 sentences in a paragraph. Once in a while, I'll do a 2-sentence paragraph, but that's probably breaking some rule. You want to do 3 sentences per paragraph, and no more than 75 words. Remember, next bullet, be specific, be precise. Make every word count. I love this quote from Strunk and White, which is a pretty famous writing guide, style guide. It's referenced there, so you can look it up. Vigorous writing is concise. What does he mean by concise? Well, then he defines it. A sentence should contain no unnecessary words. A paragraph, no unnecessary sentences. For the same reason that a drawing should have no unnecessary lines and a machine, no unnecessary parts. If you saw a portrait, let's say, of a female face and there was a line across her cheek, what'd you say? What's that there for? You know, that would take away from the attractiveness of the portrait. So here you have an article, you got all these extra words thrown in there. That's the same thing. So get rid of them and make it clear. The last sentence is what the first sentence, his last sentence is what my first sentence said, the last part of it, but that every word tell is the same as count. It means make it count. Reword awkward sentences. When you send your article to a professional proofer or editor, they'll send it back sometimes. You know, they'll have markings. But one of the common ones is, this is awkward sentence structure, rephrase. And even if you've been writing a long time, you still get those sometimes. And so I used to argue with them. I mean, you know, in my mind, I say, that's not awkward. But I learned, just be humble and do what they say. You know, they're the experts, so just reword it. It's not that big a deal. So I'll go back and you know, change the verb where the verb is in the sentence or something like that. But awkward sentences are common, but awkward sentences, it makes sense to you because that's the way you talk. But remember, not everybody's from the South. And that may be where you're from, right? Or not everybody's from the North. So if somebody says this is not easy for me to understand, well, that represents probably a good segment of your readers. So just fix it. Just maybe make 1 sentence, 2 sentences, 2 short sentences. And eliminate tired cliches. What is a cliche? So I give an example of a cliche. That's a pretty good one. Give me a tired one. Google it, somebody. We don't.
An apple a day.
An apple a day? Yeah. That was not too bad. There's some stuff that you hear preachers say, like in a sense. Oh, I got one for you. I read this the other day. What was it? I thought, that's the stupidest thing. It was a well-known writer, you know, well-known writer. I won't tell you it was. I don't remember right now, but I could think of it. But he said, what was that? I'm not going to be able to remember. It didn't have any meaning. It's one of those things preachers say, like, I wish I could remember it. Anybody think of one? Maybe it'll come to me. Take the pressure off, then it'll come. Either way. Bump on a log? Yeah, that's one. It usually has a verb in it, though. Anyway, it's a saying that everybody says, and it's sort of lost its flavor over time. Now, you go through your writings, and you stick stuff in there, like, you know, tired people, sayings that people said over and over and over. But take those out. I'll list a resource here. Cliche Finder. That's a program. So you put your whole article in the Cliche Finder, And it'll highlight them for you and tell you, don't use this, or this is one. Now, you can use cliches, and sometimes they're good, but do it on purpose. Do it intentionally. Don't just do it because you got you're filling in words. That's the way you talk. All right. I'll do a better job on cliches next time because I was hoping you would supply those, but since I can't think of the one I wanted to use. Replace difficult words. Your education is probably better than a lot of your readers' education. Your vocabulary is probably, we talked about that in the first year class. Typical working vocabulary is about 20,000 words, recognize 40,000 words. Preachers probably have a working vocabulary of 50 or 60,000 words. That's good. It's better for writing than it is for preaching. You want to draw from your vocabulary, but you only want to draw from your vocabulary words that people are going to know. You can do a little bit more vocabulary in an article than in a speech or a sermon, but even then you don't want to use big words that people have. You ever read Foy Wallace, for instance? I have to have a dictionary to read those books, and I don't take time to do it. I mean, it's good material, I'm sure, but I'm too lazy to go keep looking up words I don't know. And I probably have a pretty good vocabulary compared to the average person, but he had a huge vocabulary, So did that make his books more useful or less useful using those big words? Less. I don't use them. Maybe you don't. I don't know, but I'm sure there are other people like that. So replace big words. Gettysburg Address again, 265 words, 197 are one syllable, 48 are two syllable, 13 are three syllable, only 7 are four syllable words. I like this quote from Mark Twain: the difference between the right word and a wrong word, or the almost right word, is the difference between lightning and a lightning bug. So get the right word. I mentioned earlier there is a time for longer writing, and this is the research that I did this week. I'm not going to go through all that, although there's a good bit of documentation there, but I'll just say that one source found that the perfect length for a blog takes 7 minutes to read, and that's about 1,600 words. And there is some research and some information that about 2,000 words is the right length for a blog post, and that there is, if you want to move up in the analytics to the top of Google searches, it's most likely going to be 6,000 and more words. One reason for, of course, nobody knows the algorithm of how they discover that or how they decide what goes where, but one reason for it is their analytics can determine what your article is about with more words, so that helps it move up to more searches. Because here's somebody searching this particular word or phrase, somebody else searching a different one. Well, because you've got more words, you're covering more material, and that's going to trigger more metadata to come up in those searches. So there is a place. But even with writing longer, you can't write flabby. That goes in your blank. Doesn't matter if you've got 10,000 word limit. Does that mean you need to have 100 flabby words in there that don't really matter? No, you need to have 10,000 good words. So it doesn't matter whether you're writing 100 words, 1,000 words, or 10,000 words. Make all the words count. Content quality, that goes in your blank. Content quality and relevance play a crucial role in page rankings. I don't know if that matters to you, but it probably should matter to all of us, because where do most people get their information? They Google it, right? And if we never get up to the top, I'm always happy when I Google something and House to House is is on the first page, an article by House to House. That doesn't happen too often, but it happens. Or Christian Courier sometimes will be in the top 5 or the top 10. Rarely does a person go through 4 screens. You Google something, you're looking for an answer. When I'm researching, I may go through 6 or 8 screens. And sometimes I'll go all the way to the end of all the results, once in a while if I haven't found what I needed. But most people don't do that. It's mostly the first page. So if you can get on the first page, that's a good thing. It's a good thing for the gospel. right, high quality content, the bullets at the bottom, focuses on relevancy, is readable, has good structure and layout, has visual images. I'm talking about what will be high in the rankings of Google, like a picture with the article, and then pages that load fast on mobile devices. What do you do if you try to go to a website and it doesn't come up and you're just waiting? You hit the back button and go to the next one, right? So it's got to load fast. And that's one thing about pictures you have to be careful about because they can slow it down. All right, 149. Let's go ahead and dive into the next one. And I don't know if we'll get out early, but more likely to get out early if we go ahead and dive into the next one. So let's go to, this is a great quote by Churchill at the beginning of number 5. Everybody got number 5? Okay. Churchill said, writing a book is an adventure. To begin with, it's a toy and an amusement. Then it becomes a mistress, then it becomes a master, then it becomes a tyrant. The last phase is that just as you are about to be reconciled to your servitude, you kill the monster and fling him to the public. You might not be able to relate to that, but if you've written very much like a book, you can relate to that. When you finally just get sick of it. You know, it's like, okay, I'm ready to go on to something else. But you don't want to rush it, but you also get to the point where I've worked on it, that's all I want to. All right, number 6, prepare the rabbit for serving. Prepare the rabbit for serving. We have 4 or 5 points here that have to do with, this is something a lot of guys don't get. I remember when I was a student here, and we'd have like one of those students, my roommate and I would have one of those students over to eat sometimes. You got your, in those days we had these apartments over there, and a kitchen and a little dining area. And we cook, I don't know, green beans and corn, and I don't know how to cook many things, but you can cook those easy. You say, well, what's your point? Point is, I just take it off the stove, set it on the table in the same pan, just dip it out of the pan. Women don't do that. What do? Oh, they got to put it in a fancy dish, and all the dishes got to match, and it's got flowers on the table, and the plates all, we might have paper plates, or we got 14 different kinds of plates, whichever one you like, Is presentation important? Not to single guys, but to most people it is. The meal. If I go in a restaurant and it's dirty, I'm not talking about the table, but like the corners are dirty. Go in the bathroom and it smells bad, and the booth seats cut, and they hadn't replaced it. I'm probably not going to go back there, even if the food was pretty good. Like if their restaurant's this dirty, what's the kitchen look like? What am I saying? I'm saying that we could take a good article. I mentioned earlier about trying to squeeze it on a page. You can fit maybe 500 more words on that page or 300 more words on that page than you ought to. And I have seen, and you've probably seen this too, where people use 9-point font, they shrink the space between the letters, they have very small margins because they want to get the most out of this presentation. I want to teach as much gospel as I can. Well, you could be counterproductive about that. If you have 1,300 words and nobody wants to read them, are you better off than having 1,000 words that invite the readers? Presentation is important. Now, these things that we're about to talk about have to do with presentation. How to take your good content and make it more readable. Make it where people want to engage with it. So let's dive into number 1, cut the rabbit in pieces. You want to have points to your article for the same reason you want to have points to your sermon. Because if you just go on and on and on talking, but nobody can tell what the structure is to your sermon, you're not going to get much out of it. You want them to be able to follow you. Give them a map of where you're going. Today we're going to look at 3 points. We're going to see that the gospel is for all. We're going to see that the gospel is simple. We're going to see that the gospel saves souls. I just made that up, but you see, and then when you're listening, you're like, okay, that's the end of the first point, because I heard him say that second one. So it helps you to pace yourself. And writing is the same way, except it's more at a glance. If it's just a bunch of words, they may read it because it's interesting, it's got a good illustration, but they're not as likely to get the points out of it. But if you give, 3 to 5 points is generally how long an article. You can get away with a little more. You can get away with an extra point or two in an article more than you can in a sermon. Like you can go 7 points in an article. Same reason as what we talked about earlier, because they can go back and reread it, and because they got the copy of it. They don't have that option when they're listening to you and they're trying to remember. They can remember 3 points. They can't remember 7. They might remember 5, but they're not going to remember more than that. So, and sometimes if I have more points, I'll say, you might not remember all these points, but pick out the point you think is the most important. So you're giving them permission, and you're also pointing out the fact that you should get something out of this sermon. Even if you don't get it all, get something. That's your aim as a listener. So, breaking it in pieces, this is part of the writing process, because when you're writing, I was talking about coalescing earlier, where you have these thoughts that begin to come to the surface. Those will be your bold points for your article later. A lot of times it's not what I thought I was going to write about when I sat down. It's different. I'm going to write, about this. But then I get really interested in the side point and say, oh, I'm going to write about this, and put that one on the side burner. It may be that happens. And sometimes I may think I'm going to write about this subject and write about it, but the points that I thought I would cover, the final version doesn't look anything like the first draft, because you're letting the material, the Bible, determine what you write rather than enforcing yourself upon the Scriptures. Couple of things here. Mark out the word but in the third from the last sentence. Use interesting titles and points that are not cheesy. There is some judgment that goes into writing, of course. So sometimes you may have to ask somebody else, shoot straight with me. What changes would you make? Because people, if you just say, read your article, give me your opinion, they're going to say, oh, that's good. No, you don't want them to say that. Well, you do, but you'd rather them say, what I would say that, I appreciate it, but what would you change about it? Give them permission to go beneath the surface, because then you're going to get you're going to get the truth. Otherwise, they're just being nice. So ask for that feedback, because we don't, is it cheesy or is it not? There's a fine line between witty and cheesy. One man's cheesy is another man's witty, right? So ask, maybe more than one. Would you put this, or would you reword it? Well, I think I probably wouldn't use that. Well, you say, yeah, but I like it. So, well, go ahead. Why'd you ask? Ask people and then, listen to their opinion. Use bullets, that goes in your blank, bullets to break long, complex sentences and paragraphs up. I do that a lot, probably more than I should. But I really like bullet points, and they're easier. They're a memory tool. You break them down, and they're in a linear form rather than in a paragraph form. I cannot memorize paragraphs, not different ideas. I can memorize it, but it's a lot more work. It's a lot easier to memorize bullet points, especially if they're logical or numerical. If one builds on the next one, that's easy to remember. Number 2, before serving, season for taste of your audience. First thing is to gauge the tone of your audience, of your article. Tone. Is it too harsh? Sometimes, especially if we are personally invested in this, like we had a discussion with somebody about this, we may come across with a too harsh a tone. And even if we didn't have a personal, just our passion for truth may cause us to write condescendingly to somebody. But you condescend to somebody, you don't help the situation. If you want to change their mind, don't act like they're a child. or don't patronize them. Don't point your finger at them. You want to engage them. You want them to think, not to be put on the defensive. Well, that guy's he's grinding his axe. You don't want that. That's not productive. So gauge the tone. Sometimes you can change one sentence or 3 sentences in a whole article and change the whole tone of it. Because that was where it flared up only 3 times in the article. Take it out or reword it. Sometimes you can be, well, this is a good illustration. I like, Lincoln's one of my favorite presidents. And this is from Edwin Stanton. Edwin Stanton was his Secretary of War, and he called him the original ape, And he's the guy that after Lincoln was shot in Ford's Theater, and he's taken across the Peterson House across the street, and he never woke up from that, shot in the head. But Stanton came in and said, there lies the greatest leader that America's ever seen. So he had changed his mind over time. But anyway, Stanton had a conversation with Lincoln about Secretary of War, so some officer in his army had offended him, accused him of playing favorites. And so Lincoln said, well, write him a letter. And he wrote the letter and came back and showed it to Lincoln. Lincoln read it. He said, well, what are you going to do with it? He said, I'm going to send it. He said, no, don't do that. Put it in the stove. That goes in your mind. Put it in the stove. I've had the same experience. You feel good when you're writing it. It does you some good, but it won't do him any good. So write another one. And through the years, I've done that a few times. You're more fiery when you're younger. I don't think I've done this lately, but sometimes you write a letter answering somebody, and you give him both barrels, Don't send it. Just wait. Let it cool. And then you read it, and you say, I don't want to say it that way. That sounds so harsh. And so you reword some things. Sometimes I get to the point where it's not even worth it. I'm just going to go on and do something productive. That's usually what I do now anyway. It's just going to something productive. Don't worry about it. But sometimes there's a place to write a strong letter. And some of Jesus' teachings were strong. Some of Paul's teachings were strong. You have to do it carefully. We'll talk about the flip side of that, not being strong enough after the break. So we'll talk about another side of tone. Philippians 3:1. We're going to write in our Bibles about writing, appropriately enough. This is several words, so write small, or you may want to transfer it later from your notebook if you'd rather write it there. Finally, my brethren, rejoice. So, writing shares your joy and brings joy. He's writing, rejoice. So he's sharing joy, he's bringing joy. So that's one of the purposes for which we write, isn't it? To bring joy, to bring the gospel to others. All right. The target audience, you can circle my brethren and you. So that's general and specific. And then I drew under that target audience. My brethren, and then you more specifically. We'll talk about writing to an individual, I think, in this lesson or the last one. To write, I wrote beside that non-verbal preaching. Writing is non-verbal preaching. It accomplishes the same purpose, but it's without oratory. And beside the word safe, I put most reliable medium. Most reliable medium. You know, if you buy a house, do you want a paper written copy, or do you just want somebody to tell you, this is your house? We want a written copy. You know, it's the most reliable formal medium. And people can understand your sermons, and they may argue about what you said, but if you have it in writing, well, they know what it is that you said, what you wrote. Now, they may disagree with it, but at least there's no controversy about what you intended to say because you put it in writing. And then I put beside, beside the is not grievous, it's a labor of love. Writing is not something we dread doing any more than preaching is. I mean, there are times we may not be in the mood for it, but writing is a labor of love. Okay, that's all we'll say about that. Let's go back to our handout for lesson 5. We were talking about tone. We can be too harsh. Be careful, because one reason we should be careful is because you can't call it back. You know, you hit send, guess what? You sent it. And even if you delete it later, people will have screenshots of it. They may have downloaded it. So be careful what you put in writing, and especially if you're mad. You know, there's a whole lot of things on Facebook that ought never to be published to people, but anger statements are certainly among them. So be careful about your tone. If it's too harsh, that's one thing. But let's talk about the other side of it. The next paragraph, does the article have sufficient bite? By that I mean, does it get the point across? You can write so ambiguously that people don't really know what your point is. I wrote an article for House to House one time about baptism. And when I write for House, I write differently for House to House than I do for like Spiritual Sword, because that's mostly for non-Christians. You know, it goes to a couple million families. What percentage of those will be Christians? By far. You know, like Jacksonville sends out 43,000 copies, and there's a couple hundred members of the church. You know, so that's a lot of people not Christians. I know some of the people that get it are members of other congregations, but you get the point. So when I'm writing for House to House, I go back over it and I write from the mindset of, okay, this person is going to be reading this. This represents the church. I want to draw this person to the gospel. I don't want to make them hate the church or make them less likely to listen to a member of the church. So I'm really careful with a tone, a gentle tone in House to House articles. But I said this, and I'll tell a story on myself. I wrote that article on baptism. I thought I had the right tone. I sent it to one of our editors, and he wrote back and said, you need to take this sentence out. He said, you've undone the whole article with this one sentence. And I did. He was right. What I was trying to do was to make it soft enough for people to receive it. But when he said that, I went back and reread it, and it gave them an out to not believe what I'd written. You know, you may have a different opinion of this, and we will all be judged by what the Bible says. And well, that's true. It was not a false statement, but he said, don't put that in this article, because that's going to tell them, oh, well, he's just got a different opinion of me than baptism. We're okay too. That's a good point. He made a really good point. So it's got to have bite to it. It's got to teach the truth and not undo the good that you wanted to accomplish with the article. Most articles should be written in an Ezra tone. Ezra tone is gentle. He's a teacher. You have Ezra, some scriptures there, Ezra 7, 6, and 10. And then 2 Timothy 2:24 for the New Testament about being gentle toward all men. So we should be gentle. Others may require a Nehemiah tone. Nehemiah wasn't gentle at all. There's several verses there about gentleness, and then you also have several about rebuking, and of course all those are of equal weight. But you really don't need anything more than the next sentence to know the difference between Ezra and Nehemiah. Ezra plucked off his own hair over sin, other people's sins. Nehemiah plucked off the hair of others. Nehemiah 13:25. So you see the difference in the emphasis between those two guys. One is much stronger than the other. Generally, it's better to leave the hair plucking articles to older, experienced preachers. I think that's just a bit of advice. It doesn't mean that I can't ever rebuke in an article as a first-year preacher, but generally speaking, I may want to leave that to somebody who's got a lot of more experience about dealing with people, problems, and Scripture. Next, we've talked about tone. Now let's talk about depth. I wrote those two words in the margin. You might want to do that. So right beside that paragraph before serving season, write tone, T-O-N-E, beside that. And then beside the paragraph that begins gauge the reading level required, write the word depth beside that, depth. So how tone is how it comes across to somebody, but depth is it going to be challenging to them? You know, is it too shallow? Is it too deep? You got to get the right depth. So, some scripture, Habakkuk, write the vision and make it plain on tablets. You might not have really thought about this before, but billboards on the interstate, they don't use big words, right? They're simple words, because you're going to be reading them at 70 or 75 miles an hour, you know. So you don't go by and think, well, it's simple words, simple images, not too confusing, not too busy, simple. Well, that's what we want generally our articles to be, something that's not going to take a brain surgeon to figure out what we mean. It's just a simple article. There's a quotation here. I wrote in my margin Curtis Cates. I think this is the first person I heard it from. Dan Cates' dad was one of my teachers. Maybe he got it from somebody, I don't know, but it could be a Catesism. There's a book of those Catesism. He was quite a man of interesting to listen to. An old preacher said regarding preaching that even children can understand. If you put it down where the calves can get it, the cows will get it too. So make it simple. You don't have to be shallow, but be simple. A good writer can write scholarly without meaning or seeming to, the next paragraph has. Albert Einstein said, if you can't explain something simply, you don't understand it well enough. I'd never read that before this week, but I thought that a lot of times. And I'm glad to know that Einstein and I think alike, you see. So, but that's true. If you can't make a lesson simple, and all of us have done this, you get in the pulpit and you preach a lesson, and it just doesn't go over. And it's like, that's because I didn't study enough to really get in my head. And if you get it in your head, it'll come out of your mouth simple. But if it's fuzzy in your head, it will never come out simple. So make sure you put in the hours to understand the concept so it's simple. I get this in gospel meetings, and I always think it's a great compliment. People say, that was so simple. I guess some people might be offended by that, but I think that's a compliment. Because if it's simple, that means they got something out of it. I would not be as pleased if somebody said, boy, that was a deep lesson right there. That'd be okay, maybe, but I really like, they never say that, but they say it's simple. That's good. You want them to think it's simple. The gospel isn't hard to understand. There's a story here that illustration here. Wayne Jackson compared Moses Lard to Alexander Campbell, saying that Lard was a good, interesting country boy. Campbell was scholarly but difficult to read. I've read some Campbell. Have you read much Campbell? He's a little bit like Foy Wallace. He's a little easier to me than Foy Wallace, but he's right about that. He's pretty scholarly. And they wrote differently back then, and they were, the average person was a better reader in Campbell's day than he is today. The cowboys on the range, we think they're, uneducated. No, a lot of them were very educated. And they read a lot, and they understood concepts. So things have changed, but I think that's a pretty good assessment. He concluded by saying that Guy N. Woods was the master. Write to your target audience. Now, who are you writing to? And it will change according to what you're writing and when you're writing it. Sometimes you're writing a letter to a single person. I have spent hours writing to one person, like an elder or a preacher that's discouraged. Probably, I don't do those kind of letters very often. Sometimes a family issue, but I've probably written a dozen of those over the years. And nobody will ever read it except that one person. You invest a lot of your hours. Yeah, but one soul is worth how much? Yeah, so it doesn't have to be 100 people. It doesn't have to be 1,000 people, one person. And that can really impact a person a lot. If somebody knows that you spent a long time thinking and praying and writing to them, that's going to impact them more than, you change the name at the top of the page of a form letter. That's probably not going to make a lot of impact on them. But that personal touch will do that. So who are you writing to? And here, 4 bullets: non-Christian or Christian? That's your first question. Am I writing to my brothers, or am I writing for the general public? Number 2, children or adults? What about the education level? Number 3, new converts or knowledgeable members? That matters about how much you're going to be able to say. Non-preachers or preachers? Now, it becomes more, you can write more technically as you go down the list to the second group. Do you see that? That's logical order. Christian, adult, knowledgeable, preacher. You see that there's a digression, or that follows. Paul did this. Has you ever considered 1 Corinthians 9:20 about writing? He said he's all things to all men, that not by all means win some. Well, he was that personally, but also in writings. Romans 7:1 is an illustration of that. I write to them that know the law. Did Paul think about his target audience when he was writing? He did. I write to those who know the law. He said, I can say something to you I couldn't say to non-members. So we need to ask the same question. Am I writing to those who know the law? Like preachers? I can go a whole lot deeper in a class in here than I could in a first principles class at a church, in a church setting. You can choke somebody on the word. It's like, oh man, he lost me. This is so hard. I'll never get it. But you don't want to do that. With the young Christians and new Christians, you want them to leave excited about what they learned, not frustrated about what they didn't learn. So don't choke them. Milk, meat. Babies choke on meat, but they grow on milk. So that's your audience, who you're writing to. So Paul did not he did not change the truth or the gospel, but he changed the way he expressed it. You could write beside this paragraph, appropriateness. appropriate. Tone, depth, appropriateness. So I asked myself, is it appropriate to send this material to this person or this group of people? Is it appropriate? Number 4, and this is not on your outline, but you're writing these 4 words on your margin. Write the word clarity beside avoid blind spots. You see that paragraph? Clarity. Avoid blind spots. What does that mean? That's talking about when we write something that makes perfect sense to us, but there's a segment of people that we write to that say, I have no idea what he's talking about. You can do that with regional differences, like Southerners, Northerners. Some things. I spoke in Alaska a few years ago, and I used some phrase. I don't remember what it was. And they were looking at me like, what rock did you crawl off from under? We have no idea what that means. And I said, is that a Southernism? And they all just laughed, and I put it in other words. Oh, yeah, now I get it. There are regional differences. So you have to understand, I'm not communicating if they don't get it. Or I'm not communicating if they understand me wrong. That's even more true with traveling and speaking in the mission field. Things that we just say, I'm going to hit the road. Hit the road? Oh, what do you mean by that? Things that we just say all the time, we don't even think about. They take it literally. So be careful how you express things. Limit insider language. I spent a good bit of time just because I was interested in this, and I think I made this point more strongly than it probably should be made. And you could take this and go too far with it, but I do believe that we have to take in consideration that we're writing to people, generally speaking, who do not know the Word. And they don't even know much about the Bible in general terms, like the morals of the Bible and things like that. They didn't grow up. My generation grew up going to church, a lot of them, like half of them. Even if it was a different denominational group or whatever. They grew up hearing the Bible and being familiar with Bible stories and Bible concepts. Is that true with those of you who are 20 years old? Did your contemporaries grow up going to church? It's okay to disagree with me. I mean, if just...
No, not mostly.
Not mostly? That's what I thought. Because I'm reading the statistics, and it dropped. Used to be 43% claimed to go to church once a month. Now it's in the 20s. There's a whole bunch of kids, and not everybody that claims to go to church once a month goes. They go more like Christmas and Easter. You don't get much that way. But the kids growing up, they don't know about Noah's Ark. And you think, everybody knows Noah's Ark. No, they don't. I mean, they might know about those 2 words and have some graphic, some cartoon picture in their mind they saw. But they don't know the story. They don't know the details. So we can't just use shorthand with them and think, they already know that, I don't have to go into that. We probably have to go into it. So insider language, there's a whole lot of stuff here. Every group has insider language, or you might call it jargon. It says here, everybody from brain surgeons to skateboarders have jargon. That they can understand each other. It's shorthand. Everybody uses it. They call it coach speak in football. Like the coach comes in for the interview and they're asking questions, and he goes into this, technical coverage of the defensive backs and all the insider language that they use and the players understand, and the news people, they, what in the world, and the average person, you have to dumb it down, not because they're dumb, but because they're just not plugged into that world. So people are not familiar with our insider language, so we have to think of some substitute words to use sometimes that will help them to get where we're going. And there's a whole paragraph of those words. I spent some time going to different websites and reading different articles, finding words, and then I went through a lot of words I just off the top of my head that I thought, this would fit. So there's a long list of words there that I'm not saying don't use those words when you write, but use them in the context that's easy to grasp the meaning, because we get meaning from context. And also, sometimes you may want to footnote a meaning. I do that on occasion if it's something I don't want to go into But I'll put a footnote so that somebody that says, what's that mean? Oh, it's a footnote. So they'll read the footnote. Sometimes I'll use a parenthetical statement, like 2 or 3 words in parentheses, or I'll use a comma phrase with 5 words usually, 4 or 5 words, and set off of the sentence by commas that will explain what the word that precedes the first comma means. All right, I'm not going to go more into that, but you keep that in mind. And the next blank is, when writing for the general public. I've thought about this paragraph probably more than any other paragraph in the whole 30 pages. This resonates with me. Maybe it will with you. Imagine, now I do this when I'm writing. I don't know that this is written anywhere in this. But for instance, the elders sometimes would ask me to write a letter for them to the congregation. They said, you're a better writer. You write. You know what we want to say. And they'll ask you to do that. Sometimes you'll have an elder that's very articulate and will do. But a lot of these guys are country guys, work a job. The writing's not their thing. But they want to write and communicate well to the congregation. So just like they let you stand up and preach the gospel for them, they'll let you write for them. Anyway, and you always write it from their perspective. Don't try to take the credit. And then you send it to them and say, is there anything that you want to change? Do I reword anything? My experience is they very rarely do. But if they do, then fix it. It's their letter, not yours. And then they'll send it. Well, whenever you write that kind of letter, I picture one person in the congregation. I don't write to the whole congregation. I pick one demographic, one that I think in my mind represents the congregation pretty well. And let's just say here, I might write to Matthew. If I was writing to the school body, I might say, in my mind, I'm writing a letter to Matthew. So I write it, and it's more personal. If I'm writing to everybody, it's not personal, but I write it to one person. And then I think about him receiving it. Well, it helps you to determine what to say and what not to say if you're writing to an individual. And then when you're done, you go back and read it, make sure that it doesn't leave anybody out because you're writing it to one person. But usually, my experience, it doesn't. It's better worded that way. Now, the same thing is true when you write an article. I don't do it specifically so much to an individual, but I do think about different people reading it. Like, okay, if my mechanic reads this, is it going to make sense to him? Yeah, there's a college president, Jacksonville State University president is going to get this, because he lives in Jacksonville. Everybody lives in Jacksonville. So, would I want to send this to a president? I'm pretty sure that our stuff goes to senators and, U.S. senators and stuff, especially state senators. Why? Because there's 2 million copies go all over the country. Yeah, they're going to get in their mailbox. So you want it to be right, and you want it to be effective. So you don't know who's going to read what you write. Maybe people that will amaze you. So that was a good article you wrote. I saw it. Somebody in town, somebody on the city council. Oh yeah, I read that every time I get it. That's so good. You say, oh, I didn't know city council members, mayors are reading this. Yeah, they're reading it. So what am I saying? I'm saying this paragraph is important for that reason. When writing for the general public, imagine, that goes in your blank, imagine an 18-year-old Pakistani transfer student on a state university campus. How many of those are there across the country? A bunch. Every campus, right? Now, is English his first language? Is Christianity his first religion? Is belief in God to be assumed? None of that. So does that change the way I express myself? It should. Now, what about this one? Or his American-born professor with no religious background. Now, this article that goes in House to House is going to be read by both of these guys, right? So I can't target one over the other necessarily. So I have to make the writing where, okay, I go through it one time reading and thinking about it. I'm an 18-year-old Pakistani student reading this. And then I go through it and read it again and think I'm a college professor reading this. You think I make any changes the first time when I go through it? Yeah. It's like, okay, I can't say that. He would have no idea what that meant. So I reword it. And the second time I go through and say, well, he's going to object to this by saying he has no religious background, he's a college professor. Probably leans secular and atheistic. So I'm going to try to take away his points against the article. So I know what he's going to say, because I read the comments under the articles, remember, earlier, that discourage us, but we need to read them. I know what they say, so I will reword sentences so he can't make that assumption against what I'm writing. I could give you examples if I thought about it ahead of time, but you will know what I'm talking about. As you write about, something about God, and you can say, you answer one of the quibbles against God. And we know God exists because, you don't have to put a lot in there, but just put enough in there to know, because they will say things that are easily answered against the gospel. It's like one sentence, you could totally obliterate it. But if somebody doesn't know that sentence, they say, "Wow, I never thought of that." Yeah, go. And the Christians back there think that's the dumbest thing I ever heard. Here's the answer to it. But people that don't know. So I put that in there. I insert it. So they know. They read it and it's like, oh, he answered my argument. The next one is a high school dropout trying to overcome drug addiction. Anybody like that in your community? Yeah. They're in your pews too, some of them. You say, well, does he really want you to speak in a bunch of flowery language and use a lot of adjectives and adverbs and dress it all up? No, he's like, get to the point. I got life to live. I got problems. So read it again with that person in mind, and you're going to tweak it a little more. And then, or blue collar, good old boy punching a clock at the factory reading the article. Any of those guys in your community? Yeah, there's a bunch of those. Well, if you can get him to sit down and read your article, you better make it quick, because he's not much of a reader. I read somewhere that the average American male doesn't read any books after high school. I don't know if that's true, but I know some people are that way. They had to read some for literature, but reading is just not their thing. They just don't read books. Well, for that guy, you send him an article or put a newspaper article in the paper or, a blog, whatever. Well, you better make it short, and you better use simple words, not because he's not educated. He can tell you things that you would not understand about work, because you're not educated in that. He knows a lot more about that than you do. But you know a lot more about the Bible than he does, because that's what your field is. It just makes sense. It's not about intelligence. It's about education. Some people are educated in the Bible, some are not. So don't insult each other. You respect him for what he knows, and he should respect you for what you know. All right. These points, I think, are important about how to keep from offending people unnecessarily. Sometimes the truth is going to offend people, and we can't help that. I mean, you can't change gospel just because somebody doesn't like it. We have to teach the truth. But we don't want to unnecessarily offend people. We don't want to close doors or burn bridges that somebody could come across or could come through to the church. So here's some things to think about. Do not assume that people come from the same financial and social conditions that you do. If you grew up middle class in a small town environment with a father and mother in the home and never thought about whether there would be food for supper, that was how I grew up. Anybody else grow up like that? Yeah, probably. Several of us did. That's normal for me. Dad's going to be home tonight after he gets out. He worked UPS. He worked long hours sometimes, but he'd come in sweaty and tired. Dad was home every night. He'd go take us fishing on the weekends. Mom was in the home with us. Get your homework, get your bath, fold these clothes, do your chores. She cooks supper every night. That was my world. That would be an odd world for a lot of people. They don't even know who their daddy is. They microwave something out of the freezer every night. And sometimes they wonder, I hope Mom gets paid, because we don't have anything, literally anything to eat in the house. That's not my world. I didn't grow up in that. I'm sorry for people that grow up in that. But you write something and send it out, it's going to that person too. Grew up in a home where mom was married one time when she was young, never got married again, and she's had live-in boyfriends all of the kid's life. He's had uncles, probably a dozen over the years. He doesn't understand family. He doesn't understand motherhood from a biblical perspective. Doesn't understand morals. So when we write, we have to write understanding that people are not from the same, they're not from my community, everybody. And that my community is getting smaller, I would say. Wouldn't you? Original husband and wife together for a lifetime. All the kids living in the house came from that union. Financially stable, if not wealthy, but at least stable. At least high school education. Yeah. Are there more people like that nowadays or fewer? It's shrinking. So we have to write and preach like that. We're here to serve everybody, and we got to get everybody to the same place. Just because you didn't grow up in a family that respected morals, that doesn't mean you can be immoral. Doesn't mean you can have girlfriends live with you all year. The time you have kids with different husbands or mothers, and no, the Bible talks about that. You've got to live by the Bible, but I've got to meet you where you are to get you where you should be, and write in such a way. Be patient with you, because there may be some resentment to that. Well, he's talking about my mama, Well, you don't want to offend him over his mama. It's not his fault his mama didn't have morals. And there may be some mitigating circumstances even with her. I'm not quick to judge someone like that. She may have come out of a broken home in the first place. She may have been abused by her first husband. She may have an addiction she's been dealing with. She managed to raise a child or children in an atmosphere where she didn't have much money, and she kept them at home and safe. There's something to be said for all that. So we should be as unjudgmental as we can. And the more we can understand people, the more they're going to open up and listen to us. We stand on our horse and I know you didn't grow up like this, but you should have. How's that help? How's that help anybody? Condescend to men of low estate, Romans 12. That means get off your high horse, get down there with the people. Where did Jesus spend his time? Publicans and sinners. The Pharisees didn't touch him. Literally. Pharisees, you're right. He bumps into you automatically, accidentally rather. The bloody shoulder Pharisees. Have you studied about the bloody shoulder Pharisees? He's walking down the street and he bumps into a sinner. And to show his disdain for the sinner, he takes a running go and runs into a wall. They're called bloody shoulder because they're always bruised. There is a change of emphasis from the Old Testament from holiness to grace. Now there's grace in the Old Testament. What did Noah find? Grace in the eyes of the Lord. And there is holiness in the New Testament. 1 Peter 1:16. It's one of the major doctrines of the New Testament. But you see that shift from holiness to grace. Holiness is exclusive. Because holiness means separation. And the reason the holiness was emptied in the Old Testament is because the Jews had to stay separated from Gentiles. Why? Abraham promised to Abraham that in that lineage, that biological lineage, the Savior would be born. So there had to be this nation of people that were separated from all the other nations. They didn't marry them. They did not associate with them as far as fellowship, wore different clothes, all that. So holiness was emphasized for a reason. Also because God is holy, wanted his people holy. But when you come to the New Testament, there's an emphasis on grace. From no bad people allowed to there are no bad people. That's the shift in emphasis. Now that doesn't mean there aren't bad people in the sense that there aren't sinners. There are sinners. But it's not that we are keeping them at arm's length. Jesus demonstrated going to them and not letting them rub off on us. We rub off on them. And that's what I think that comes across in our preaching, and it comes across in our writing. And we need to have compassion. I think that is, maybe I'm speaking out of, sometimes we transfer from personal to audience. We have to be careful. We have to be aware if we do that, and everybody does it some. So maybe I'm talking to myself, but I don't think I am. I think all of us probably need that lesson. Just because somebody's different doesn't mean that I shouldn't love them. It doesn't mean that they can't be a Christian. I don't want to decide for somebody else if they get the gospel or not. Not my call. It's their call. They may reject it. I might have been right. I prejudged they're not a good prospect. I befriend them, talk to them, and sure enough, they tell me to buzz off. I was right. But you know what? Sometimes you're wrong. I've been wrong. People come in services, and you set up studies with them, and sometimes I do. Maybe I wasn't too enthusiastic about it in the first place. We're going to have a study, and it's not going to. That very person is baptized. Another guy, these guys are good prospect. You get third lesson, he's like, I remember one guy I studied with, I really thought he would be baptized. And I got down to OBES lesson 3, and he said, no, I don't think I want to be. That was it. I saw him not too long ago. He said, remember me? Yeah. It was just surprising. He had answered all the questions right all the way through, but he got to the end, he just didn't want it. Well, I misjudged him. That one was in thinking better of him. But anyway, let's go through these. People live in different social conditions. Number 2, the distinctive beliefs of denominations and theological traditions are important to people. True or false? Does it matter to people if they grew up Baptist, let's say, or Catholic, or Pentecostal? Is that just something that was just around them? They didn't really care about it? No, that's important to people. So I can really offend people pretty quick by getting up and saying the Baptist church this and that, and Pentecostal church this and that. Is there ever time to say that? Yeah, there is. But be careful and deal with doctrines and verses. They can figure out, if they believe that, you don't have to call them out on it. They'll know that they believe that or they've been taught that. So a statesman is different than a politician. What's the difference? A statesman deals in high ideas and expresses for the group. A politician gets down and dirty with the people. Well, there's some of both of those. But we want to generally stay at the statesman level. We're dealing with ideas. We're dealing with gospel. And this is what the gospel teaches. It's in your Bible. It's not my Bible. It's everybody's Bible. So don't run roughshod, and that goes in your blank. Roughshod over the feelings of others. Teach on those things, but be careful how you teach on it. I do a lesson sometimes. It's not original. I think I got it from Mark Copeland, but somebody said it was a Wendell Winkler lesson. So a good lesson. 5 views of Mark 16:16. It's a very pointed lesson. And it's a good lesson because it's so simple. But when I go through that, people are not, I don't think anybody's ever been offended by it that I knew about. But it's dealing with infant baptism, baptism of remission of sins, atheism, a lot of doctrine. But if you do it, just going through that verse and staying there and talking about this one, there's some people that believe this about it, and I don't judge in the lesson. The judgment comes at the end, and I'll say, okay, here are the views, and I'll give the 4 views again. And the 5th view is just gospel, just what it says. He that believeth is baptized shall be saved. I say, okay, which one? And it's your choice. Which one do you believe? Which one do you think the Bible's teaching? And if you've done a good job at that point, everybody's like, yeah, there's only one choice to make. But they're making it because they see it in the Bible, not because because you said it. Okay, let's go to next point. Make sure all your information is accurate and up to date. People are Googling stuff that you say while you're saying it, you know? Like I said, the speech, Abraham Lincoln's speech was November 19th, 1863. Somebody says, is that right? That doesn't sound right. And they're back there, well, I guess that is right. You know, but what if you were wrong? That preacher, he makes stuff up all the time. I tell you, that guy. Well, people are doing that. And if they can't trust you to get American history date right, can they trust you to tell them what the Bible means? So get that stuff right. I messed up one time, I remember. That was a pretty bad mistake. Alan Hires was there, and he came out after and made fun of me for it, which he didn't mean anything by it. It was an area-wide gospel meeting. Several churches rented a big area thing. And I used this as an illustration. I don't remember if it was Yellowstone or Grand Canyon or something, but I put it in the wrong state, you know? And I'd never been there, and I don't remember what state I put it in, but it was the wrong one. And he came out and said, yeah, I visited the Grand Canyon in Arizona or whatever. And I don't know if that's what it was, but he was making fun of, you know? And I thought, 1,000 people, I think it was about 1,000 people there. It's an area-wide deal. And I thought, I just kicked myself. You know, don't get things like that wrong. Because a whole bunch of people out there know that off the top of their head. And they said, that guy doesn't even know where the Grand Canyon is. You know, and then how does he know whether there's one church? So be accurate when you preach and when you write. Don't assume things. And people from other countries may not understand American slang. Somewhere in these 30 pages I talk about you have to eat the elephant one bite at a time. Do you know what that means? Yeah, you know what it means. Why? That's an American saying. But does somebody that lives in Africa that has elephants around, do they know what that means? I don't know if they do or not. Maybe they have the same saying. But I have been to Africa, and I know that when I preached, some things they did not understand. But I remember preaching one night, and I talked about James 1:13 through 15. I said, when you go fishing, because it had to be translated, you had to put the bait on the hook, and then you put hook, and the fish sees it. And it doesn't look like a worm to a fish. It looks like supper to a fish, right? We would not be attracted. And I remember thinking, fishing is the same in Africa, just like it is in America. Everybody was like, yeah, fishing's the same. Some things are the same, but be careful you don't put Americanisms. Like I'm going to write an article on Thanksgiving next year for House to House, and one of those looking at the list making suggestions said, you might not want to do Thanksgiving because people outside of America don't celebrate Thanksgiving. I never thought of that. It's like, but I decided to go ahead and have it because we need to talk about Thanksgiving because it's a Bible subject, and they probably know about Thanksgiving if they don't have it. Make sure the rabbit is well done. Don't print something before you are sure that it says what you want it to say, and it doesn't say anything that you don't want it to say. I've touched on that in several different ways as we've gone through, but we're talking about, on this point, the prepare the rabbit for serving. You don't want to serve. Have you ever gotten, you probably haven't eaten rabbit, but have you ever gotten chicken that wasn't done? Well, that wasn't very appetizing, was it? It's like there's blood down in there by the bone. It's like, ooh, I just ate a bite of that, Ugh, probably didn't want to eat any more of it. Well, an article could be like that. You got a deadline. The bulletin's got to be printed by Wednesday afternoon before we go home, and you just throw it together at the last minute, and then you said something in there that you got wrong, or that you didn't proofread careful enough, and you left not out of a sentence. If you leave not out of a sentence, it's going to mean the opposite of what you meant for it to say, right? So don't present stuff, and especially something that's going to be recorded or published. And guess what? Guess what is recorded now? Everything you say. Is Wednesday night recorded where you attend? Is it live streamed? Anybody? Wednesday night, right? That's number 4 on our list of sermons for that week, right? It's just Wednesday night. Well, that's going to be published. How many people have access to a live stream? Everybody in the world that has an internet connection. True or false? That's true. So you were preaching a class to 50 people, but you got everybody in the world looking over your shoulder, potentially. Now, how many of those are going to access your page? I don't know. But a lot. So make sure you get it right. And make sure it's well done. It's ready to be published before you publish it. That's true on Facebook too, isn't it? Anybody ever put anything Facebook you said, oh, I shouldn't have done that? Yeah, most of us. Could you take it down? Yeah. Did that solve the problem completely? No. So, less is more. Less is more. Be authentic. Verify. That's similar to what we said earlier, but you could put a bibliography with your sermons. I have not always done that, but whenever I have done it, I'm glad that I did it. Same thing with articles. You usually don't have room to put the bibliography in the published version. If it's a book, you can. But an article, it might be a lot of, you don't know how much space left if you put all that in. But if you put it in, then the people will know two things: that you read and what you read. Sometimes I'll go to the end of a chapter before I'll read a chapter somebody else wrote, because I want to see what his sources are. That gives me an idea of his biases. It helps me to understand where he's coming from. Well, that can help people to understand that read us. And also, the next time you get back around to that particular study may be 20 years later. I got stuff I'm reworking for class now that has a date 20 years or more. And I think, no way. But yeah, that's the way it is. So I haven't touched that document in 20 years. I'll pull it up. You think I'm going to remember what commentaries I read to produce this information? No. But you know what I'm glad I did? I put down a works cited list or works used list. And then I don't have to go back. I've caught myself reading the same material again, like Matthew Henry, let's just say, or Warren Wiersbe here, reading it again and thinking, this sounds familiar. Some of this is familiar. And then sure enough, I read that 20 years ago. Well, I'm not reading it again. Well, I might get an extra sentence or two out of it now, but I'd do better to read something I didn't read. So if I write down what I read, then I'll know later what I read. So the blank is rework. Present the rabbit dish attractively at the bottom of the page. Underline the sentence that says, write in the active voice. I submitted an article when I was just out of preacher school to the Firm Foundation, and I got a letter back. It was a very nice letter, and it was Buster Dobbs at that time, his editor. And that was the suggestion he made. He said, he said something complimentary, but then he said, but you want to write in the active, not the passive voice. I sometimes call it getting out of the woods, W-O-U-L-D-S, wood. Don't use will and would. Write in present tense. Write in active tense. Okay, let's go ahead and finish this page. The elements of style said write in nouns and verbs, not adjectives and adverbs. Adjectives and adverbs can be useful, but spend your time thinking about your nouns and your verbs. I like these quotes by Mark Twain. When you catch an adjective, kill it. He didn't like adjectives. When in doubt, strike it out. Okay, we'll take our break and we'll come back. And I'll put out a couple more handouts. Uncomfortable, I didn't cover that. That's a good sentence too. Uncomfortable goes in the next blank.
That are direct, uncomfortable, and challenging.
Yeah. Ask uncomfortable questions. The reason for that. To limit, this is a little technical, but not too technical, I think. State of being verbs. Oh, sort of boring. Find a verb that is not am or be or was. There are a lot of better verbs than that. So state of being verbs, number one. Number two, verbs that rely on adverbs. You want to find a verb that can stand on its own 2 feet. You might use an adverb, but you want to partner it with a good verb. And focus on the verbs that don't need adverbs. Number three, verbs with ing suffixes. Generally weak verbs. Then you want to make the article as attractive and readable as possible. Use proper grammar. I'm going to spend some time later on that at the end of this lesson. But we'll come back to that. Guy in Woods read an English grammar book every year. That stuck with me from whenever I heard that way back. And he was quite an amazing writer, but he didn't think that he was above grammar. There weren't some things. I was thinking, some of you are taking English first-year students. I would love to sit in those classes and just hear Brother Cates talk about English again, because most of it I know, but every lesson I'm sure there'd be something I thought, like gerunds. I use gerunds, but I don't really understand gerunds. So I'd really like to, this is an illustration. What about commas? I am notoriously bad at commas. And I got one of our proofers is really good at commas. And it's always counted a major victory if she doesn't fix any comma in a whole article. Like I got them all right. Now that I got Grammarly, it fixes a lot of commas, but still some of them sneak through. Okay, your next blank is integrity. Mistakes and typos compromise the integrity of an article unnecessarily. Subscribe to Grammarly, pay a proofreader or editor. It's not that much. It varies, but you can probably find a service that would do it for $1 a page or $10 an hour, or $15 an hour. It's worth whatever it costs. You don't want to put something out to the general public that is not being carefully proofed. Nothing is more embarrassing than, something like this. It has a lot of mistakes in it. If you're going to publish it to some, we're family in here, and I just blow it off and say, well, fix that. But I wouldn't want to do that if I was putting it in house to house. So be careful. And next time I do this, it will be right. I'll have time to read it through the proofers. So. Okay, Wayne Jackson. I came across this from his lesson at PTP some years ago. He read an article 6 times. Do you see where I am under that paragraph? He described his writing process in these steps. 1, he wrote as it flowed from his mind till he finished. What we called earlier free write. Just get it down. Number 2, he looked things up for 2 to 3 days and modified the article. So he wrote all these things. Like I just threw out a few things. If I were going to put that in print, I would make sure that what I said got the right person, the right date. Sometimes you might say Socrates and it was Aristotle. You just remembered it wrong. But you don't want to make that mistake in print. You go back and check. It's easy to check quotes. It takes 5 seconds. Type it in, hit enter, and it'll tell you. The internet will tell you who, and you'll have a source you can put as a footnote. Number 3, when finished, he let it sit overnight and read it the next day or 2 or 3 days later. Read it cold. Read it cold. That means after you've forgotten what you wrote, that's when you want to read it. You can do it the next day, but it's really better to wait. It's really better to wait 2 weeks to read it, but you don't always have that luxury to do that. Number 4, he then treated it as a work of art. And writing is a craft. It's a work of art. And so that's the right way to look at it. He wanted to make it the very best it could be. He looked at each phrase and tested for accuracy and flavor. He asked, can I make it any better? Number 5, he read it another time to prune unnecessary words. We talked about that earlier. Number 6, he finally read it to give it more color and style. 7, preserve rabbit leftovers. So The meal's over, the article's done, now what? Well, you need to back up your work in at least two places. One, paper, tactile, print it out, put it in a notebook, put it in a file. You want to have a paper copy of everything that you've written. The other one on your computer and in the cloud preferably, so that if you have a tornado that destroys your office, which can happen, or if you have a fire that burns your office, which can happen, then you don't have both of them in the same place, right? You got your computer in your office and your filing cabinet with all your sermons and your articles in your office, and then the place burns down. Guess what? Oh no, I lost all my work for 25 years. That would make you feel pretty bad. So take your laptop home at night, for one thing. Two, put it in the cloud so you can access it anywhere, but also so that you can't lose it. But you can lose it, incidentally, because you can get ransomware, or files can get corrupted. So that's why you want the paper copy. Because if you lose it digitally, you can always recreate it by scanning it, get somebody to type it in. You want both, so be sure to preserve it. Number 2, make notes in your Bible. This is when you finish your article and you go back and say, all right, I want to transfer this stuff to my Bible. Some of it. You can't write everything in your Bible. There's not enough room. It's not even practical. But there's usually some ideas that you'll have that you really came up with. You really want to. So add that to your Bible. Then number 3, bibliography. 4, savor the joy of a completed article. God wants us to enjoy working for Him. Do you believe that? I believe that. Writing articles or books is hard work. Ecclesiastes 12:12. It's hard work, I mean, it's not physically demanding. It's mentally demanding. And it's taxing. And when you finish something, it's like I said it was a work of art. You finish an article or book, you finish a painting. Do you just put it aside and go straight to the next one? No, you look at it, you study it, you think, well, that turned out really well. I'm really glad I was able to do that. Or a sculpture, a meal. You cook a meal and you put it on the Thanksgiving meal and you step back, boy, that's a beautiful table. They're really going to enjoy this today. I'm so glad that we're families together. Enjoy it. Well, you write an article or you preach a meeting, it's the same thing. It's a lot of work. You may travel a lot of miles. You preach, you're pretty worn out, the meeting's over. Enjoy that. People will say nice things to you, and sincerely. My prayer is for God to get the glory, but just enough encouragement to keep me motivated. And that's the part I'm talking about, the motivation. You write an article, you publish it, people are going to say, man, I learned a lot. That's a good article you wrote. Well, you don't act like it's a big deal to you right then, right? You just say, I appreciate that. That's really nice. That's kind of you to say. But later on, you think, somebody said something critical to you and you're sort of down about it, and you think, oh yeah, Brother so-and-so said that he learned from my article, and he's 20 years older than me. It encourages you. So savor it. I don't like mowing grass. I used to mow grass when I was a teenager. I mowed cemeteries and stuff. You know what I like about mowing grass? When it's done. But not because I don't have to work anymore. It's because I step away from the yard and I look at it. And you got all the grass is cut, it's even. You got it all cleaned back up. It looks good, I'm excited. I'm always a perfectionist. I don't want any little twigs sticking up in the yard. I want it to be muddy. But then when you finish it, it's like, oh, it looks good, man. In like 2 or 3 days, you drive up the driveway. Boy, this grass looks good. You just feel good about it. When you write an article, feel good about it. Enjoy it. And you don't go around bragging about it. But you think this best article that I've written so far, I hope I'll write better later, or that really turned out well. And enjoy that. Savor it. Okay, the next one. On that same point, accept criticism, but don't let it tear you down. There's 2% of people in any crowd that want to tear down. 2%. If you're not careful, those 2% will outweigh 98%. So, they'll say, so, well, that article, I don't agree with what you said in that article. Okay. You got a whole bunch of people that say, that was a good article you wrote, and I got a lot out of that. One person says, I don't agree with that. Who are you going to think about when you go to bed at night? If you're not careful, you'll think about your critic. Don't give him more weight than he deserves. So there's a critic. Now, it doesn't mean that you can't benefit from critics. Sometimes our critics tell us what our friends won't tell us. So listen. And if there's weight to it, you got to mind. Listen to what they say and say, well, that's not fair. What you're saying is not. That's not fair. You're being unreasonable. And there are a lot of unreasonable people. You can't please them. There's no way to please an unreasonable person. But if they have a good point, number one, retract what you wrote. I've done that in House to House a time or two. Newspapers always do that. At the bottom of the inside cover or the inside front page, they'll have errata or corrections, and they'll correct things that they got wrong. You don't print things forever and not get anything wrong. And most of the time I don't worry about it. But if it's something that I said that was not scriptural, I left out the not in a sentence or something like that, well, then I'll put it in there and retract it and go on. Don't worry about it. You make a mistake, everybody makes mistakes. Some people don't make mistakes, or either in the cemetery or they don't do anything. People make mistakes. Do the best you can and then go on. The other thing is, when criticism, don't give it too much weight. Make the correction, and then move on to the next project. There's a discussion here about don't judge the success of your writing by social media likes, shares, and number of comments. That's a very typical mistake to make nowadays. Well, I got 75 shares of mine, or I got 2 pages of comments on that article. Don't think that's good. It might be bad. Most of the time, things that get likes and shares and comments are controversial. And one tribe, and I'm using that word on purpose, one tribe of people read that and say, yeah, that's right. He said what I believe. And then they hit share and they send it out to all the people that don't believe that. And all the people that get that, oh, that's that guy, he's always sending me stuff like this. I don't even read it. Well, that's not what you want. What you want is to write in such a way that you engage people. You make them think. Not you support what they already believe so that they can poke their finger in somebody else's eye. So be careful about judging, because if you judge what you write by how many people like and share it and how many comments you get, that is going to skew you in a direction, in my judgment, is not healthy for a preacher. Your goal is to convert people who are lost, strengthen people that are saved, and get the saved people to help save other people. So don't get sucked into this culture war that's going on and just constantly write about that. Take the high ground. Stay there. It doesn't mean you don't ever say anything that's culturally controversial. You will, but don't focus on that. Don't judge yourself and your writing by, I got a lot of likes on that post. Instead, value the opinion of people whose opinion matters. Do you understand what I'm saying? Value the opinion of people who matter. I'm not saying that nobody doesn't matter. What I'm saying is people that know. Your elders in your congregation, older members, your family, if they're Christians, they'll say, you're doing some good work with that article you write every week in the bulletin. That means, that one comment means more than 17 likes. Somebody didn't know anything, because they know. They understand. They get the picture, the big picture. Okay. Engagement and think are the next 2 blanks if you did not get that when I covered that. The last blank is hard. Express truth to set men free in a way that makes it hard for them to reject it. That's worth you pondering a little bit. We won't ponder it now, but I would encourage you to think about that. You want to write in such a way as people don't want, they might not agree with it, but it's like, I don't know how to answer that. You did a good job because you're helping to change their thinking. Number next, be prepared to defend what you write. There's not a lot of this, but it happens. With House to House, it happens every issue, You rattle somebody's cage, and especially if I write about something doctrinal, baptism, church, something like that. What I learned is that I'm not good at responding to that. I used to spend like a whole day trying to craft a letter to send to a guy that wrote me 2 sentences about why he didn't like my article. I'm like, I don't have time to answer all this. So I got somebody who does it for me now. I got Todd Clippard. Anybody know Todd? Yeah. Todd's preached gospel a long time. He works with House to House. He's worked with House to House some over the years, and this is probably, I think about all he does now is answer questions. But I'll send it to Todd. I'll say, Todd, would you mind answering this guy? And most of the time, I don't even know what he says. But sometimes I'll say, copy me when you send it to him, and he'll copy me, so I'll know. That's so much better. You might not have that option to have somebody like that, but if you do, that could be an option. But you might be good at. What Todd's good at is writing what it would take me all day to craft and send to that guy. He can write it in 15 minutes in 2 paragraphs and say more than I could say in a whole page. He's just got a knack for that. So I remember, this is it's in the same field, but it's a different point. I might have put this in here. I don't remember. Let me fill in your blanks. Voltaire said to hold a pen is to be at war. Wayne Jackson said, so you want to be a writer? Ask yourself, do you have tough enough skin for it? This is not here, I don't think, but I had a preacher in our area that was of the left-leaning persuasion years ago. I was just a young preacher. And he disagreed with something. I don't remember what it was. It was liberal doctrine, So I think it was on marriage, divorce, and remarriage. But anyway, I wrote him a letter answering what he said. And I thought, well, where I send this, I need to get somebody's opinion on it. So I sent it to Brother Jackson, which now I think he didn't have time to look at that, but I sent it to him. And he was so kind, and he wrote back and said, yeah, he said, basically it's fine. And then later, the guy responded, and then I responded again. That's what that drags into. It takes up way too much time. But I sent it back to Brother Jackson. Brother Jackson knew that he couldn't keep doing this. He wasn't a secretary for this guy, a preacher in Alabama, right? He didn't have time to do all that. So he said it in a nice way. Basically, I don't have time to read this, and you know what the truth is, and so forth. But he made this statement. It's always stuck with me. He said, the train doesn't stop for every barking dog that it passes. Do you understand what he meant? Yeah, dogs bark at trains. Trains don't care. If you're going to make any difference in the world, there's going to be a bunch of barking dogs. So don't worry about barking dogs. Do your work. Go on with your work. There are times when you answer people, and most of the criticisms that I get now, I don't worry about it. I really, literally don't worry about it. It used to keep me up at night. I don't worry about it at all now. And I don't answer them. There are times to answer people, and there are times when, this proverb says that. Answer fool according to his folly. Don't answer fool according to his folly. So that's a contradiction. No, it isn't a contradiction. 2 different fools. Some fools you have to answer, some fools you don't. A lot of them you don't. Just let the dog bark. Your work will stand on its own. You've written the truth, let it stand. So be careful about assigning too much weight to those critics. So they don't matter much. Here's another mistake to fix. Do not underestimate the importance of having a volume of material under your name. That should be importance instead of important there, so make that correction. There's also a verb or another word replacement. The next sentence, 2 sentences later, use various social media platforms, should be plural, to route people to your hub. Now, what if this, and hub goes in your blank. So hub goes in that blank. what are we saying? We're saying that if you're going to be a writer, and not everybody is this kind of a writer, then you need to have a depository of your writings that people can get to, like a website. Like I know if I want to read Wayne Jackson, talking about him earlier, I go to christiancourier.com and I hit the search button and I search key terms or scriptures, and I can read what Wayne Jackson said on that subject. That's very helpful. And there are others like that may have their name.com, and you go to that, and there's like some of them sell their work in books, and they don't put everything on there, which is understandable, but a lot of times they'll put everything on there. Like househouse.com probably has everything I've ever written on there somewhere, and you could search it. You know, there are tracts and books and stuff that you could purchase if you wanted to have it in that form, but you can find the material on that. You need something like that. You know, you might want to do yourname.com and do a website to put it, and then all your social media feeds can go, link it. Just send them to that link, and then they go and they say, oh yeah, well, there's a bunch of stuff here. This is good. They'll bookmark it and they'll use your stuff. So you want to do that, probably have a hub for your materials. We may do something like that with PTP 365. We've talked about it. It's not available yet, but it has the capacity to do that. So we could have a PTP 365 / Tobias Hatchett, and all those sermons that he wanted to post there. Maybe he speaks at PTP and those go, they're linked in there and you would find it by that search. But it wouldn't have to be something he did there. It could be something, he's writing a bulletin article. Well, he could put that under his article, PTP 365 / Tobias Hatchett /. And then anybody that said, well, boy, I like this article. I think I'm gonna go there and see what he's got. So you go and I need to read that one. That's a good one right there. So you could do that, and you're teaching people that way. Conclusion: after trying your hand at writing, you may decide it is a way you wish to serve the Lord. Wayne Jackson observed, churches do not hire writers. If you want to write, you probably will only be able to do it as a part of your work as a preacher. Others of you may decide you will write sermons, cards, and letters, but you will leave articles and books to others. Some people need to read, some people need to write. You don't have to do both. Not everybody has to do both. You might consider the Pareto principle. You know who Pareto was? He was a financier, an economist. But he came up with the 80-20 principle, sometimes called the Pareto principle. And it's listed here. Invest 80% of your strength in your areas of natural ability and only 20% in overcoming areas of weakness. That's a very helpful principle. Nobody can do everything. The church is a body. What do I do best? I should really put a lot more time into that. Maybe you're a good evangelist. I mean by that, a personal soul winner. Well, let somebody else write articles. What you've got a talent to do means more to the church than articles that you might write, because you can win souls to Christ. Maybe you're just an outstanding speaker, and you have an ability to teach and convince and convert. Well, you may want to spend more time on the road teaching, preaching the gospel meetings. Maybe your talent is with young people. You just have a passion for young people, and you see, and you connect with them. There's a teacher at Jacksonville right now. My kids just love him. If I call his name, some of y'all know him. He's not a preacher, never preached. But they go to his class and they learn a lot, and they love it. And he's a great teacher. Well, that's an emphasis. Maybe you're like that. It's like, young people they're just flock to me because that's okay, that's good. Use it. Work at camps and work with youth rallies and work with a teen group. But writing may be your thing. So if it is your thing, then be good at it and do the best you can do at it. Okay, the next one, the next blank is, it's a privilege and honor to write for and on behalf of God. It's a privilege, it's an honor, just like it is to preach. Okay, I said I would come back to these common mistakes. This is from Stanford University in California. Freshman mistakes most commonly made. There are 20 of them. I'm not going to go through all 20. In the first year class, I gave you a Pinterest one sheet. You remember seeing that? Common mistakes. I didn't give it to the second years. If somebody will email me to jog my memory, I will also send it to the second year guys if you want it. But let me just highlight 3 or 4 of these. Vague pronoun reference, number 4. Pronouns are where a lot of mistakes are made, so be careful with your pronouns. Number 7, unnecessary commas. Number 8, unnecessary or missing capitalization. That drives me batty bananas. For people to capitalize random words. Why do we? People do it all the time. You know, you're reading a sentence and then all of a sudden, boom, there's a capital word, capital letter on a word in the middle of a sentence. It has no purpose. Why do you do that? And then they'll have, God with a little g. I'm like, I just want to reach out and thump people on the internet to do that, don't you? I mean, don't put my God's name with a little g. Don't use his name at all if you're going to use it disrespectfully. Anyway, that's my soapbox. Number 12, unnecessary shift in verb tense. That's a big no-no. Don't do that. That makes you look really dumb. Number 14, unnecessary or missing apostrophes. Oh boy, apostrophes is another one. People put apostrophes on store signs that are wrong all the time. You say, why in the world is what's that apostrophe doing up there on that sign that they painted and it'll be there 50 years? It doesn't belong there. Oh, I want to go in there and tell them I'm not going to eat here or buy anything from you because you're too dumb to put the sign right. Get the sign right. That's permanent. Don't do that. That happens all the time. So be careful on apostrophes. You probably, when in doubt, don't put apostrophes. I'll say it that way. But most of the time, you do need apostrophes, but if you're on the fence about it, it's better not to have it than to put it in the wrong place. The next one, number 17, lack of pronoun antecedent agreement. That's a big one. 19, missing or unnecessary hyphen. Those are a little tricky. So you might want to become familiar with the rules on that. Sentence fragments. I've noticed that, and maybe this is an old person talking to young people kind of thing, but I've noticed that younger generations sometimes write like they speak. It speaks. Generation speaks. Make sure that your sentences have, the parts of a sentence, right? It's got a verb in the middle, got a subject, predicate. Well, make sure it has all that. There are exceptions to it, but mostly you don't want to count about exceptions like a gerund, where the u's implied. You don't have to put it there, but it's implied. But that's very rare. So mostly just make sure that all your sentences are complete. And I did insert one somewhere in these 30 pages I noticed when I was rereading it. That was a fragment. So it's easy to do, especially if you're quoting from different materials and putting it together. All right. Well, we're not going to get out early, but let's go ahead and do number 6. Did you really think we would? I told Lois at lunch that I said that to y'all, and she just laughed and said, you never finish early, Dad. You're just going to burst their bubble by saying that. She was right. All right, I'll go fast though. What kind of writer do you want to be? That's your question. Let's say you decided you do want to write. Well, do you want to specialize or do you want to be a jack of all trades? Well, we have had all different kinds of writers in the church. Anybody recognize the name Earl West or Dabney Phillips? Brother West is better known than Brother Phillips was. Search for the Ancient Order, volumes 1, 2, 3. Brother Dabney, I had him for a class or two at Faulkner years ago. He was very old at that time. Boy, he knew the Restoration movement. And he wrote a good bit. He wrote a book on it. You might still find that. Anyway, they were specialists. Christian evidence goes in the blank. I won't go through the rest of that. What all writers should bring to the table, number 1, writers of the gospel. I'm going to repeat that phrase. Writers of the gospel. We talk about preachers of the gospel, but they're also writers of the gospel. Should have a desire to glorify God, not self. Glorify God, not self. Number 2, writers of the gospel should have a pure heart. Number 3, writers of the gospel should bring a desire for excellence. Whatever we do for God, let's do it the best we can do it. Writing choices are often determined by a congregation's needs. What does the congregation need me to do as a preacher? Some of that involves writing. What are the purposes of writing in a church? One is to inform. A lot of times members complain because the elders don't communicate well with them. That could be fault on both sides there. But one thing that does help and never hurts is to inform the members of what's going on. Gospel meetings. Well, if you know when the gospel meetings are going to be and who's going to be the speaker for the next 5 years, because it's in the elder's book in the elder's office, well, why don't you put that out? It's not something to keep secret. Put it out where people can get it. Then they can plan their vacations. They say, oh, I'm excited. We got brother so-and-so coming. Next year, boy, we're going to have good meetings. So he builds a little bit of excitement. So inform people. Many churches are left without an accurate record of what God did with them. When this generation dies off, I'm glad that we got most of that in writing at Jacksonville. And we put it in the plan of work. Like some of the old members, one of the older members had an interest in it. And he wrote down a lot of facts and figures, where it started and all that. And then we had our 100-year anniversary. Boy, that was important information to know. And most of those people were, of course, gone that were involved in it. But it was written, so we were able to say, for sure, who the first preacher was, the first gospel meeting, and where the church had met through the years. That's important stuff. So you want to make sure there's a record of it. Churches in the same geographic region need to keep each other informed of upcoming events to avoid schedule conflicts to allow fellowship. Guess what? You'll have no gospel meetings this week in your general area, like your county or parish. Next week, you got 3 meetings. Why does that happen? I mean, it hurts all 3, because they don't talk to each other, right? Sorry, they don't. The first time they know about it is when the flyer gets there from the other church. And that's the first time they know about it too. It's like, oh no, we got a meeting the same week, and then it's too late. We already sent the flyers out. So why not? We did this, and it usually has to be the preachers, but the elders can do it. But the preachers, just reach out to the other preachers in there and say, you have your meetings planned. They almost always do. Well, what you got scheduled? Yeah, we got that. I'll send it to you. Well, I'm going to say I'm sending mine now. It's attached to this. And then you do that, and you can send the master list to the whole area once you compile it, and then everybody's better off. So informative. What about a church newsletter? I won't spend much time here, but if you do a church newsletter or bulletin, make sure that it looks good. Don't do one that doesn't look good. Better not to do one than one that's unattractive. So make it attractive as your budget allows. Incidentally, copies on a copy machine are expensive. Sometimes, depending on the quantity, you can pay to print it cheaper than you could buy toner and paper. So just put that in the back of your mind and think, well, it doesn't cost us anything to run this on the copier. Oh, yes, it does. It costs a lot. It may cost a lot more than printing it at a printer. So look at those things. You know how much toner is? Toner's a lot. And buying that machine in the first place, and they wear out pretty quick. So that's something to think about. Number 2, do not waste space, but allow for wide margins. To make it readable, keep at least half-inch margins on all sides. Half-inch. Always have teaching articles. I don't like to get a bulletin in the mail that somebody paid 50 cents to send me that's got nothing in it, that I don't know any of those people. So-and-so's in the hospital and they got a gospel meeting in Georgia somewhere that I'm not going to go to. Well, put something in there to teach people, like your personal article that you've written about whatever you had left over from your sermon on Sunday that you wanted people to know. It's like having an extra sermon every week. Extra goes in the blank. So teaching extra. The next blank is decorative fonts. Avoid decorative fonts. They look better on screen than they do on paper, I'll tell you that. So just don't use them. Unless you have a graphic designer, you won't use them right. I don't know how to use them, but don't use them. Don't use decorative fonts. Use readable fonts. If you have a church secretary, that's the next blank. She can collect all the information about, so-and-so sick in the hospital, they just came home, all that kind of thing. That needs to be communicated to members, but you don't necessarily have to do the collecting. One thing that nowadays people will tend, if they have your cell number, they will text you, which is good and bad. It's good because you know the information, you can get up and announce it, plus you got it right here. If you can't really remember what hospital they're in Birmingham, you say, okay, let me look. Oh yeah, they're in such and such hospital room, whatever. Well, that's good, you got it. It's also bad because you got to remember to tell, the burden shifts to you when you know it. And then you got to be the one to remember to tell the secretary and the elders and the church. If you forget, well, I texted you about that. Oh, I forgot. It's not good. So it's good and bad. So they will text you, but be sure if they text you that you have some method that if you're forgetful, that you don't forget. Edify is the next blank. You already knew that. The next questions, I'm skipping that, but go down to ask these questions related to encouragement writing. People need encouragement. People in churches that you preach to, they need to be encouraged. Don't you need encouragement sometimes? Right now you're in a good environment. You're probably encouraged. But I tell you, even when you're here, sometimes you can get discouraged. Some things happen outside of here you have no control over. It's just bearing down on you. Or maybe, financial difficulties. There's a lot of things that go wrong even when you're in a good environment. But especially when you get out in the church and people are dealing with the world all the time. They need encouragement. So how can you do that? One way is to use your skills as a writer. Now here's some ideas. Who can I write to? Who needs encouragement? Write a missionary. You think if you were overseas with a 5-year commitment, it would matter much if you got a letter in the mail? You think people forgot you? It's been 6 weeks since anybody wrote a letter, and they don't even care. I'm over here. I'm making so much sacrifice. You can pity yourself, but just answer it. Just send them. How long does it take to? Well, you write a long letter, it'll take a while. But if you just send a card, you just put on your calendar once a month, send a card to missionaries. You got a stack of cards on your desk, already stamped, or you just give them the secretary and she figures out the postage. What do you write? 15 seconds, 30 seconds. And she mails it, they get it. I got a letter today. Matthew, he was so good about sending me cards when I was on the mission field. He gets back, you're his friend. You didn't do anything, but just send a card, took 30 seconds. It matters. Thinking about people matters. So number 2, well, there's others there, but I won't go through this. There are some really good ideas there. I didn't come up with all these, but like about when somebody has a baby, write a letter to the mom, write a letter to the baby. And the mom will save it. I guarantee the mom will save it. And then when the baby gets old enough, she'll read it. Well, there was this sweet sister in the church that used to be here, preacher's wife, and she sent you this letter when you were born. Well, that's pretty cool. Okay, number 2. Or the preacher. You got a letter from the preacher. He wrote it the day you were born. And in that letter, you say something like, I know you're going to grow up to be a great servant of Jesus Christ. I hope I'm the one that gets to baptize you when you're old enough to understand the gospel. And it's going to be exciting to see what God does with you. And then they grow up with that letter framed on their wall, and they read it, when they go by in the hall or in the living room or their bedroom. You think that could impact them and mold what they do with their lives? Yeah, that's the preacher's letter. How long did it take you to write that? A minute. Not long. You may even be dead, by the time they get to be grown. You don't know. We used to have a preacher, and we loved him so much, and he wrote you this, and it means a lot to me, and I know it will be to you. You see? It's so simple. How can a church encourage card sending? One thing is to make it easy. I'll just go off script. Put the cards in the foyer and put a box there for them to put them in to add the postage. Because people, if it doesn't cost them anything, they're more likely to do it. And it's worth an investment for the church. Isn't part of what the church is supposed to do edify the members? Well, that's what that stamp is. That goes under edification budget. Put the stamp on it. Stick it in the mail. We do card sending. A lot of churches are doing card sending team, have a card sending team now, where we use that as a recruiting tool or an evangelism tool. Very effective. And people will meet on Sunday nights after services and, they enjoy, they talk and with each other and they write cards. It's a good thing. It's good for the church, but it's really good. I think I've probably mentioned this before, but Sister Bettina, she's dead now. She was only a Christian about 6 months. But she requested something from house to house. Rob went to see her, talked to her on the porch for about 20 minutes, said, I'm going to come back and bring you something else later. Anyway, long story short, she needed a ride to church, so he said, yeah, we'll come back get you. So he'd bring her. And then he's out of town a lot, so he got handed off to somebody else. And we had a member who's also dead now. But he was a good man. But he didn't, he wasn't the kind of guy to get up and lead prayers or singing or anything. But he was so faithful to go by and get her and bring her. She was hearing the gospel preached. Rob set up studies with her. She was baptized. I think that's the first time I met her. Maybe I met her if she visited some. I don't remember. But anyway, I remember when she was baptized. And I hugged her and got my shirt wet. I remember that. That's a good kind of wet, And then I would text her just encouraging things. A new Christian. She was like 70 years old or something. And then I heard she had died. I thought, boy, it's a good thing Rob went by to see her. And before he went by to see her, he said, we need to send her cards. That's the point of my point here. And so I was in some of those card sending groups, I would usually do mine. Anyway, doesn't matter. And when she was baptized, he took a picture of her house. She lived like on government housing, so like a little place, apartment. She had taped every one of those cards all around her living room. She sat in a chair here. All over was covered with all those cards. She said, nobody's ever loved me like this before. Cards. It's little things sometimes. How can I become a second mile rider? Letter from a member of the teacher of her children. Some of you are teachers. Your wives are teachers. You think it would matter much to them if they got a letter from one of the moms saying thank you? She's learned so much this quarter. You are an awesome teacher. You get home and your wife's like, yeah, I got a letter today. I got to tell you about it. How long did it take that mother to write that? How long? How long would the teacher remember she got it? A long time. What about a preacher? Some little old sister. So you write a note, say, I respect your knowledge of the Bible. So we had a sister, she's gone now too, that literally taught the gospel to people all over the world through Bible correspondence courses. She knew the Bible. You'd ask a question in Bible class, and she'd be the one to answer it. She would get the right answer. All these men, some of them might have known it, but a lot of them didn't know it. She knew it. What if I'd written her, and I would send her cards, but what if I'd written her and said, I have a great respect. What I just said to you, if I said it to her, give her flowers while she's living. You can do that, if you have respect for somebody. All right, we got to go. A letter to an elder. I've done that a few times. You don't want to be self-serving, but if you know an elder's going through a tough time, I mentioned those 12 letters that I've written through the years to people that I've invested hours of time into one person. So a couple of those were to elders that I served under. And it's probably 3 to 10 page letters, pretty long, carefully worded, And they never said much about that, but I know what impact it had. Because you can't get something like that without. And preachers, I've done it a time or two for preachers. It's not about the person. I'm just giving you the idea. Anybody could do this, and I'm sure a lot of people do this. But you just think of every good thing about that person. And that you don't write that in an hour. That's the kind of letter that you go back to over time. You think, oh yeah, I thought of something else. I'm going to put that in the letter. So you write, maybe you spend a week or so, not the whole week, but you go back to it for a week or 2 weeks. And then you send it to your brother. He'll keep that. You know, when he dies and they go through his stuff, they'll find that letter. He'll keep it. You've got stuff like that. I've got stuff like that. You want to write something to somebody that they will keep till they die. How do you do that? You write an encouraging letter that builds up them, that brags on them. Not insincerity, not flattery, sincere compliments. Everybody needs it. And we got the power to do it. And I tell you, that person, whoever you take time to do that, they're going to love you, and they'll be there in your corner. So why not do it? Take time to do it. Commendation goes a long way on sustaining volunteer service. Sustaining. You want people to keep coming and helping? Well, you express appreciation of them or they'll quit. Some pointers. Outline in your mind on paper before you begin writing. Use personal names. Even if you write to more than one person, you can still personalize it. The next one is pleasantly. Even unpleasant things can be said pleasantly. The next one is visualize one recipient. Talked about that earlier. Before you send the letter, make time to read it aloud. Okay, the blanks are sustaining names pleasantly, one aloud. Did you get all those? Anybody need a repeat? Got it? Go to the next page. We should be careful to get the speaker and time of services right. Make sure your website has that information, please. You know, somebody's going to visit you. First thing they do is go to your website. Some churches don't have the address on there. They don't have the time the services are, who to contact. Don't have any samples of the sermons. Make sure you have that information on the front page. Don't make them look for it. Okay, time. Personal development. Flannery O'Connor said, I write because I don't know what I think until I write what I say. And there's some things you ask me, what do you think about it? I might say to you, I don't know, I haven't written about it yet. There's a lot of truth to that. You learn what you think about something as you write about it. Next two blanks are from Scripture. Therefore, I write these things being absent. Remember, some things are better, less confrontational when they're in writing than when they're face-to-face. So that's what Paul's saying. 2 Corinthians 13:10. How do I become a published author in 2 minutes? Let's cover both of these a minute apiece. And you can read this on your own. It's pretty self-explanatory. You can submit articles to Gospel Advocate or other Brotherhood publications. House to House does not generally solicit or use materials, but you can send it. But I'll tell you what we need for House to House, if you want to send it, short articles. People want to send long. We don't have room for long. Send us 100 words with a point. You can see the kind of stuff that's in there. So if you got something to say that's like that, send that. But others you can send whole articles to. Most publications want first rights. That is, they want you to send the material that nobody else has published before and that you did not send to anybody else to publish because they don't want to see. Gospel Advocate doesn't want to put an article that you wrote in their magazine and then say, well, it gets printed in another magazine at the same time. It makes them look bad. So don't do that. Send it to one place. If it's rejected, then you can send it to another, but wait until you find out. Don't send it to two. How do I become a published author with books and commentaries? Well, there's a lot of information here. Let me I'll fill in your blanks and you'll just can read this on here. But it's crucial to make your book, this is on the next page, it's crucial to make your book look attractive to readers. Don't skimp on cover design and layout. Now, those are expensive, but don't even write a book if you don't put a good cover on it. People won't read it. I think I've paid probably $1,000 per cover per book to get somebody who's a professional. I'll hire a guy out somewhere that he designs books for Multnomah Press. You know, you've seen and names that you would recognize the covers of their books he did. So he's a freelancer though, so you can hire him, but you're going to have to invest a little money. But it's worth it. It's worth it. The next one is, I would say 90% of people publishing their own work will make $0 or lose money doing it. If you're going to publish for money, you better go mow grass or something. You'll make a lot more. Publishing does not make money. Most of us hope to break even, you know. It's not really about that, is it? It's really about what good you're going to do. And then marketing and distribution are key. Marketing and distribution. Well, there's more to that, but maybe we'll have another opportunity sometime in class to touch on that a little more.